All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's edition of a NASCAR Cup Series live commentary stream on the channel. And my mic is not plugged in. No, it is plugged in. Okay, never mind. I got to get everything synced up, though. There we go. Audio should be a little less fuzzy now. Sorry for that. Appreciate everybody tuning in, though, this afternoon. Now I got to mute myself in my ear because I'm yelling. I'm yelling at myself right now. Not a great start to the stream. There we go. All right. Welcome to today's running of the Toyota Owners 400 live on KRC. As this is going to be an interesting one to say the least today. A short track. First track that we are on, maybe a more traditional short track, a little less than 1 mile in length, is the Richmond Raceway, 3/4 miles to be exact. But it is the second track this year that we are seeing the Cup cars on a mile or less racetrack. I think a lot of the drivers that ran pretty good at Phoenix will probably end up having a pretty good day again today, though the track is a lot different in the sense that there's a lot more tire fall off, a lot less grip than what there is at Phoenix. So we should have a lot of cars slipping and sliding around, especially with this new aero package for the next gen car on these types of racetracks. So should be a lot of fun. Dark Crypto, Villanor, Patty Rumdy Creations, Jeff Sperry, Dark Crypto, Carlos Cortez, and others, welcome into the stream. So thanks for being the first down in the chat below. Our goal today is to hit 4,000 subscribers on the channel. I think we could do it. Coming into this stream, we're about 64 away. I think it's doable. This is the first NASCAR Cup Series race on Fox Sports 1 this season. Of course, the dual races at Daytona were on Fox Sports 1, but traditional points races, this will be the first one of the year. So I think we're going to have a pretty big influx of viewers for today's race. So hopefully you guys enjoy. Hopefully I will be on my best when the race starts as far as the commentary purposes go. Before the race starts, so we have to get through a bunch of predictions. Drivers who I think will run well, maybe contend for a race win today, and maybe some outside shots of either having a good run or maybe contending for the win as well. You can join the NASCAR Fantasy League on the mobile app or website. I'll show you how to do that right now while we're waiting for the start. So this is just the point standings page, but even if you're on the home page for NASCAR's website, go up to quick links, Fantasy Live, click on that tab. You can sign up with your email. It is free to join. Chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season, excluding the Daytona 500 if you win the regular season or the playoff championship. Every week you pick 5 drivers for your starting lineup, and then you have some bonus picks on some head-to-head that are each worth 10 points. The points per driver are basically scored I should say the points for the driver are simply scored off of how those drivers perform in the race. So stage points, race points for the finishing position, whatever that driver scores in the actual point standings for that said race. And if you have him in your lineup, those are the points you get for that driver. You can only use a driver up to 10 times throughout the course of the season. So I do not have my lineup set, so I'm going to be kind of setting it as I talk here. So hopefully I don't pause too many times. But if I do, that would be the main reason why. And as usual, usually like to start off with the drivers that you don't want to have on your fantasy team. So these are 2 drivers you should absolutely stay away from. First driver we're going to start off with today is going to be Joey Logano for Penske Racing. Got to pull up my notes, but I do remember Logano was one of my don't-haves. So Joey Logano, one of the drivers who you should not have in your fantasy lineups for today's race. He does start 18th, a little bit deeper in the field. He did not run very good at Phoenix earlier this season, just a few weeks ago exactly. He was outside the top 10 throughout most of the race. He never really broke inside the top 10 until a couple of those late race restarts at the very end, but even still had an 11th place finish. No stage points on the day there. In the spring Richmond race last year, he ended up finishing in 17th as well. So it's a little shaky for Joey Logano, it seems like. On this style of racetrack. Obviously, I think we were expecting him to run a lot better at Phoenix, and what he did a couple weeks ago was kind of surprising. He didn't run particularly well. The Penske cars in general didn't run very well. Blaney was better than him throughout the day, but he was even kind of back half of the top 10. I was expecting him to maybe go out challenge for the win. Same goes for Logano that day, and it just didn't happen. It wasn't meant to be. I don't think Joey Logano will finish in the top 10 today. His finishes in 2023 are not good. I know he does have a win this year and he had a runner-up in the Daytona 500, but outside of the super speedway races, he has finished no better than 10th place in those other 4 races. That 10th came at Auto Club, 2-mile, fast intermediate racetrack. A lot less grip at that track, just like here, but the driving style is completely different with this being a short track and that being a faster intermediate track. So the other finishes for him, I mentioned that he finished 11th at Phoenix. He has a 28th and 36th place finish at the other non-super speedway tracks at Las Vegas and last week at COTA as well. So I am going to say that Joey Logano will not have a good day today. I'm picking him to not have a top 10. Another driver who I'm going to go out on the limb with a little bit, a bigger name in recent weeks. Another driver who has won already this season, much like Joey Logano, who I don't think will run well, is going to be Tyler Reddick. I actually picked Reddick to win last week's race at COTA. Came out with a really fast car for practice and qualifying. I figured he was going to be the class of the field, and he was. And the main reason for that was the statistical success he had on road courses last year, as well as the fast car he had this year. We don't know what kind of car he has because practice and qualifying was rained out yesterday morning, but if we look at his Richmond stats, they haven't been good. He is 0 for 5 so far on trying to finish in the top 10 in his first 5 career Richmond starts in the NASCAR Cup Series. So because of that alone and not having a big sample size for what kind of a car he'll have this weekend, it's safe to say that he'll probably finish outside the top 10 versus in the top 10. Sure, he could have a good day, but it's very risky pick, so I'd stay away from Tyler Reddick today as well. Now we'll get into the sleeper picks for today's race. I have mainly just one pick that I have that is a potential sleeper pick, and that's going to be Chris Buescher for RFK Racing. Finished 15th and 7th in both Richmond races last year. That 7th place finish was in the summer, but that was about the time when RFK started getting a little bit better. Remember, they started off the season very poorly last year. This year, they have a lot more consistent starts going amongst them. Buescher's coming off a top 10 at COTA last weekend as well, where he pretty much ran 7th through 12th most of the race. That doesn't really fare well for this other than the fact that it's the same package. So maybe it'll boast well for Chris Buescher, but I think that top 10 he had last year at Richmond, he also won at Bristol, which was another short track race. It could definitely fare well for him today. The Fords typically seem to be a little bit better on the flatter, shorter tracks. Even though they struggled at Phoenix, RFK was actually kind of carrying the banner for Ford that day, and I think that that could be the same again today as well, because Keselowski starts a lot deeper in the field than what his teammate Chris Buescher does. That's why I went with Chris Buescher for the sleeper pick for this weekend. So I say at the end of the day that Chris Buescher will get a top 10 finish. These next 4 drivers I think are absolute locks for your fantasy team. You should have them in, no ifs, ands, or buts. And I have them at the very least getting top 10 finishes as well. We'll start off with Christopher Bell for Joe Gibbs Racing. He finished 6th and 2nd in both races in 2022 at Richmond last year. In fact, his only 4 starts with Joe Gibbs Racing at this racetrack, he has finished no worse than 6th place, because in 2021 he also finished 4th and 3rd. He's led a lot of laps in those races as well. Starts 21st today because he didn't have a good finish at COTA last week, and again, because practice and qualifying was rained out, they kind of had to revert back to the points and the finish of last week into the random draw for today's lineup, so he is starting back half of the field. May not score as many stage points at stage 1, with stage 1 being a lot shorter, especially if we don't get a lot of cautions, which we typically don't see at Richmond. If you watched the Xfinity Series race yesterday, there wasn't a caution for incident until the final 25 laps of the race. So I would probably lean towards a lot of that happening today as well. Track position is going to mean a lot because of that. I think there's going to be a lot of long green flag runs. So I think Christopher Bell by the end of the day will have a good finish. May not get a lot of stage points though. Next driver would be Kevin Harvick that I have for getting a top 10 finish today. Kevin Harvick in his last 16 starts at Richmond has 10 top 5 finishes, 13 top 10s, only 1 win though, so he isn't leading a lot of laps. That win did come last year though in the summer at Richmond. He is the most recent winner at this racetrack. He also finished 2nd in the spring race last year as well, and he finished 5th at Phoenix earlier this season on a short track. And if you look at beyond that on the short tracks for Kevin Harvick, I mentioned the 1st and 2nd place finishes in both Richmond races last season, and then the 5th place finish at Phoenix this year. But in every single racetrack outside of Martinsville that is 1 mile and less in length, New Hampshire, Dover, Bristol, not the dirt race, but the concrete race, both Richmond races, both Phoenix races. He finished in the top 10. Last 10 races, he has had top 10 finishes at every short track except for Martinsville. So I think that this is going to be a good day for Kevin Harvick. He starts in the top 10. I think he finishes top 10. He may compete for the win today. Again, I mean, I would not be surprised if he does. He's got one of the best crew chiefs in the game. This could be a strategy race. 2 stops versus 3 stops for the stages. We'll probably see for a lot of Stage 2 and Stage 3 for these drivers. That's exactly what we saw in both races last year as well. Again, it's going to be dependent on how many cautions we get today. If we don't get a lot of yellows, I think that will be the strategy game. And I think the combination of those two things, with him having Rodney Childers on the box, Kevin Harvick being a veteran driver, he's going to stay out of trouble. And I think he's going to end up getting a top 10. He starts up there as well, so having the track position for the start, he should score some sort of stage points in Stage 1, you'd have to imagine. For Ford this year, he's been the best Ford driver so far this season, so I'd go with Kevin Harvick to get a solid top 10 run today. 2 drivers that I was bouncing back and forth on who I thought was going to win today's race were Alex Bowman and Ross Chastain. I think they're both must-have picks. I'll give the 2 stats, and then I'll give you who I actually picked to win today's race. We'll start off with Ross Chastain. Ross Chastain only has 3 top 10 finishes this year, believe it or not, but he's leading a lot of laps. And on top of leading a lot of laps, he's winning stages. He's got 3 stage wins on the season. So he's scoring a lot of points. He's not quite getting the finishes to go along with it. Every week he seems to get in trouble towards the end of the race. If he can keep his head on a swivel and stay out of trouble late in this race, I think this could be a good run for Ross Chastain. It's scaring me a little bit with that because he's not getting the finishes this other driver is that I'm about to state. That I was bouncing back and forth with, but Chastain is still having a good start to the season. At least he's had fast cars at the racetrack this year. To win the race, though, you first have to finish the race. That is what Ross Chastain has to do today. He has to get to the checkered flag, and he will have a shot to win, in my opinion. He has 7 top 10 finishes in 9 races on 1-mile racetracks in the last calendar year. And the only tracks, in fact, that he did not have that at was Richmond. So that also scares me a little bit. But I do think he will get a top 10 finish no matter what at the end of the day. I'm guaranteeing it. He's had speed this year. All he has to do is just bring home the steering wheel, and he will end up getting that top 10 finish. This guy is going to be my pick to win today's race after a lot of thought. And it's tough because he hasn't led a lot of laps this year. And that would be Alex Bowman. But Bowman has had speed. He is the points leader coming into today's race. He's been the most consistent of any driver so far this season. He is the only driver with 5 or more top 10s on the year. The only race he did not get a top 10 finish at was at Atlanta on a super speedway where he finished 15th. And on top of that, he has 3 top 5 finishes with those 5 top 10s in the 6 races. He starts on the pole today, and that will be good for track position. I know Hendrick Motorsports still has their crew chief suspended for the next couple of races, so you're with the backup crew chief on a strategy-based racetrack if you're Alex Bowman. That should hurt, except for the fact his backup crew chief was the crew chief he had full-time his entire Cup career at HMS up until that man retired last year, and that would be Greg Ives. So I think of any Hendrick driver that is going to be at a detriment today because they have a backup crew chief, Alex Bowman would be the least likely to have that happen. And starting on the pole, he's had the most consistent speed of any driver so far this season. That's why he's leading the points. I'm going with Alex Bowman to win today's race. He has won at Richmond as well. He won the 2021 spring race, so he has won at this racetrack before. And yeah, rolling with Alex Bowman. Don't talk me off that ledge. I'm going with it. It's already submitted. I'm not backing out of it now. I was thinking about Chastain. It's weird because Vegas didn't have Chastain or Bowman in their top 6 on picks to win today's race. I think some of the favorites, the top 3 were the ones you see on the screen: Kyle Busch, William Byron, and Kyle Larson. And then Kevin Harvick was up there too. I'm trying to think who else was up there ahead of Bowman. I think Logano and Blaney might have been ahead of Bowman and Chastain also. I think those were the other 2 drivers. And Blaney doesn't run particularly well at Richmond. He has finished top 10 the last 3 races there, but before that it wasn't so good. So I didn't want to say anything about Blaney having a good day or not good day because of that. And also with the Ford struggling at Phoenix earlier this year outside of RFK and Kevin Harvick, that's why I wanted to also kind of stay away from saying whether they were going to have a good or a bad day. So I'm going to set my fantasy team right in front of you guys before it locks on me here at the last minute. I have a couple minutes to try to get it ready. They are given the command to fire engines as of right now. Definitely want Bowman in because he's my pick to win. Last minute here. Got to get Kevin Harvick in there. Think he's going to have a good day. I got to have my must-haves in there, obviously. Christopher Bell's got to be in the lineup. Got to keep Kyle Busch in there, and just because this guy's had a lot of speed this year too, I'm going Willie B. And then the bonus picks, I'm going to roll with Martin Truex Jr. over Denny Hamlin, Harvick over Keselowski. That feels like a no-brainer to me. Bell over Logano. I just said Logano was a don't-have. Bell is a must-have. Oh, no, it locked on me. Oh, no. No. Well, I'm going to miss out on 20 bonus points, it looks like. Good thing I had the rest of my team in there. That was a close one. We'll check out the league point standings coming into this week, too. Not an Elliott fan is currently our points leader with 1,215 points. I'm second in the standings with 1,102. That's what I get for not setting my lineup earlier. I kind of forgot till right as the stream was starting. I'm like, I'll just set it on stream, and I wanted to make sure I got my predictions out there first. But luckily, I was able to get most of my picks in. I got my starting roster in. That was the big thing. But PCI Motorsports sitting third in points with 1095. Inside Uranus, back-to-back regular season champ, trying to go for 3 in a row. He is fourth in the standings with 1075, and then Colton Thompson is fifth with 1038 right now. So I'll pull that raw feed back up for you guys. They have already given the command to fire engines for today's race, so we are just moments away from the start of this one. Get the chat back up on my phone. Have my notes there for a while. You can vote in the chat for who you think will win today's race. I have a poll up already. Just over 100 people watching already as well. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Earl Arnold Jr., Weather Expert Gaming, Marvin Davis, Kenneth Clark, T. Van, Antoine Powell, Ronald Gutierrez, Kelly Jones, Jamie Salyer, and others. Welcome in. Three red flags. Oh, in the F1 race? Jeez. Yeah, I don't really watch Formula 1, so I didn't really have a clue that happened. I wanted to watch the IndyCar race earlier, but I didn't work out right away this morning. I was getting my notes for today's race for the pre-race as we just ran through. And then ended up working out at noon, so yeah, I missed the IndyCar race. I wanted to watch it, though. I have no clue who won. It might still be going on for all I know. If it is, you guys will have to keep me updated. Sit for Brains, thanks for tuning in also. Yeah, definitely thumbs it up. Hit the like button if you haven't done so already. Subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. We're going to try to get to 4,000 subscribers on the channel today. I'd like to not end the stream until we hit 4,000 personally, but let's get to 4,000. The goal is to get to 10K by the end of the year, and we've already gotten almost 1,000 already this season, so it is doable. We're only, 6 races in? 6th of the season in? We just have to get 1,000 subscribers every 6 races, and we'll get there. Fox going through their starting lineup right now, so we're going to have to get through ours so we can get it over for the start of today's Toyota Owners 400 at Richmond. Alex Bowman going to be starting on the pole. He has won at this racetrack before. Again, won the spring race back in 2021. He's my pick to win. We'll see if he can get his first win of 2023. He comes in as the points leader. And Kyle Busch, a one-time winner this season and a multi-time Richmond winner, one of the best race car drivers in the field at this racetrack. He should be a favorite today as well. William Byron and Ross Chastain will line up in row 2. Byron has already won 2 races this season with a win at Phoenix and Las Vegas. Ross Chastain still searching for his first of the campaign. Tyler Reddick and Austin Cindric will line up in row number 3, both coming off top 10s last week. Reddick actually won at COTA last week, looking for his first career top 10 and his 6th career start at Richmond. And Cindric trying to get back-to-back top 10s for the first time this season. Chris Buescher and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. back in row 4. Stenhouse, the Daytona 500 champion this season, and Chris Buescher trying to get his first win of the year. He won on a short track at Bristol a season ago. Kyle Larson and Kevin Harvick will line up in row number 5. Larson, a one-time Richmond winner. Kevin Harvick, a 4-time winner at Richmond, including the summer race last season. Denny Hamlin and Martin Truex Jr. will line up in row number 6. Both drivers have multiple wins at this racetrack. Still looking for the first of 2023. Todd Gilliland and Ty Gibbs will line up in row 7. Gibbs, the rookie, will be the highest qualifying rookie for today's race. Michael McDowell and Corey LaJoie will be in row number 8. Row number 9 will be the Penske Fords of Ryan Blaney and Joey Logano. Logano looking for his second win of the season. Won at Atlanta 2 weeks ago. And Ryan Blaney off to a slower start this season than last year as far as the consistency standpoint goes, looking for his 4th consecutive top 10 at Richmond today. Chase Briscoe and Daniel Suarez will be back in row number 10. Christopher Bell and Eric Jones in row 6. Bell, 4 top 6 finishes in his last 4 races at Richmond, trying to go for 5 straight today. Noah Gragson and Brad Keselowski will be in row number 12, and Brad Keselowski trying to end his bad streak of 4 races of finishing outside the top 10 at Richmond Raceway. In row number 13, we have AJ Allmendinger and Harrison Burton. Row number 14 will be Austin Dillon and Bubba Wallace. Justin Haley and Josh Berry in row 15. Berry again filling in for Elliott. Elliott hopefully will be back in a few weeks. Cody Ware and Eric Almirola will be in row 16. JJ Yaley and Anthony Alfredo making a one-off start for BJ McLeod Motorsports, or Live Fast Motorsports, in that 78 car today. They'll be in row number... Ryan Preece and JJ Yaley are in row 17, and then Alfredo and Ty Dillon will be in row 18. Chandler Smith making his second Cup start of the season for Collie Grayson, and the number 13 will round out the 37-car field today. That will be the only non-chartered entry in the field for today's race. Smith ran the Daytona 500 and also won the Xfinity Series race yesterday, got his first career win there after leading the most laps in yesterday's action. Ashton G, also welcome into the stream. Cars are just firing off of pit road right now. Quite a few people in the stands. I'm actually kind of surprised, only because there was like nobody in the Xfinity stands yesterday. Nice weekend this week for temperature as far as Richmond goes. We haven't seen that at a lot of racetracks so far this season, but it's 2 weeks in a row we've seen temperatures above 70 degrees. Will Lee, John Smith, Kelly O'Neill, also welcome into the stream. Sarah, thanks for tuning in also. Irina Sayre, Mark DeMars, welcome. Jennifer Brumfield, also welcome into the stream. We got a lot of people in the chat already. Alrighty. Might get a driver interview here from Fox. I'll let you guys listen in.
Bush here, boys? I'd say it's a good one. Hey, Kyle Busch, it's Boyer and the boys on the booth. You got
Chewing up Kyle Busch.
Oh, boy. What up?
Well, I hope you're up. As a matter of fact, man, it's been an unbelievable start to this season for you. What a turnaround. Huge boost for RCR and everybody involved with this 8 already having a win. But what's on your mind here for this awesome racetrack today?
Well, with no practice and no nothing, just, try not to really think about it. Just go feel it out and get going and see what the racetrack's got in store for us today. It's going to be a hot one. It's a little cool outside, but still the sun's shining down. It's going to make it slick. So trying to keep the tires on it, that's going to be your biggest thing. Don't be in too big a hurry. Have a good track position to start. Feel pretty good about that.
Well, you have the track position. Keep a hold of it. We know you will. Nobody managed that better than you. Good luck, buddy.
All right, thank you.
Mike Joy, Larry McReynolds, and Clint Boyer will be the 3 guys in the Fox Sports 1 booth today. Today's track analysis and race analysis, 400 laps, 300 miles, we knew was the scheduled distance. 70 laps at Stage 1 will be the shortest of them today. Stage 2 will be 160 laps, and Stage 3, 170. Pit road speed at 40 miles per hour. Fuel windows 125 to 135 laps. And we will have a competition caution scheduled for today's race as well because of practice and qualifying getting rained out yesterday. These drivers have not had any on-track activity so far this weekend, and there are no drivers that ran in the Cup or in the Xfinity Series race yesterday that is in the Cup Series field today, excluding Xfinity Series regular Chandler Smith. So all the Cup regulars going to be taking their first laps of the weekend when the green flag will drop here in just a couple of moments. Godzilla Legendary 2078, welcome into the stream as well. Dale Opplinger, SC30, also welcome. Try to shout out as many people as I can because I really do appreciate you guys tuning in every weekend for these live commentary live streams. We'll keep them going next week. Dirt Bristol coming up for the Truck and the Cup Series, so that'll be a fun weekend for Easter next week. I'll be doing a live commentary stream for the truck race on Saturday night and then the Cup race on Sunday night. My pick's Alex Bowman. Trying to go 4 for 7. We're 3 for 6 already this year. Looking to keep the ball rolling. Our must-have picks, we're at 75% success rate as well. 15 and 5 on my must-have picks for those drivers getting top 10s. It's been a good financial year for me so far for 2023 in NASCAR when it comes to FanDuel, so hopefully we strike again.
To the left, sticky, kind of feeling a little bit stiff and sticky when I turn left. Hopefully, nothing we can do right now.
Think about this, though. No practice, and last year it seemed to plague the Toyotas a lot. Different steering issues with this rack and pinion steering.
These two pace laps are the only laps any of these Cup cars have turned this weekend. They've been rolled out of the garage, rolled through inspection, rolled up to the start line, and finally fired up.
When we're watching, as these guys are practicing their pit road speeds, this is the only time they have to do that. No practice, just like Larry mentioned. So important. You know more than likely you're going to have a green flag pit stop, and that performance on pit road goes a long ways to winning this race.
5 onboard cameras today. Kevin Harvick, Denny Hamlin, Ryan Blaney, Chase Briscoe, Ty Gibbs.
You know, Mike, you talked about the lower downforce aero package. We ran it at Phoenix, we ran it at Austin last week, and it's just simply less grip in the race car, 30% less grip. Martin Truex Jr., he has never, we talked to him in pre-race, none of these drivers in this field, this is the least amount of downforce we've had since the late 90s. These drivers have never really driven this little bit of downforce.
Well, Larry, that's on the driver's side of it, and it really takes me back. Listen to you talk about what I'm feeling in that race car. How about what you're seeing on the box? You know, watching and keeping an eye on that fall off of these tires is going to dictate when you pit and not.
It's going to be a big deal today. It'll be a chess game all day long, especially in those stage 2 and stage 3.
Larry talking the open about Joe Gibbs Racing and the somewhat slow start they're off to right here. Here are their most wins by track, and Richmond leads the list with 18, 16 at Pocono, Martinsville and Bristol. So they're good on the short tracks, but so far this spring, success has been elusive.
You know, I remember talking about this in the spring race just last year, and they showed up and won this thing, so don't ever count them boys out. We know better.
And I would say Christopher Bell probably has the best chance to win today's race of all the JGR Toyotas, so we will see if that'll be the case today. The only Toyota to go to victory lane this season is Tyler Reddick last week at COTA.
Appreciate it, everybody. Have a great day.
William Byron's radio.
See, as crew chief there, Brian Campy, the Hendrick crew chiefs, they all 4 still have 2 more weeks to serve on that suspension.
That's right. The NASCAR Appeals Board this week upheld the fine, upheld the crew chief suspensions, but they returned the points that had been deducted to the 4 Hendrick cars for those hood louver violations. That was on appeal.
Tell you how big a difference it made. They're on the pole.
Well, yes, NASCAR and the team issued statements. The Hendrick team very happy at the outcome of the appeal. NASCAR, not so much. The all-new 2023 Toyota Camry TRD leads the field here as we get ready to go green.
Bowman has elected the inside lane. That's what we saw for most of the Xfinity Series race yesterday at Richmond until later in the race as the group started to widen out a little bit on late race restarts and overtime. We ended up seeing, or just before a potential overtime, we saw drivers move up towards the outside lane on the restarts. Green flag are back in the air, is in the air for the first time today, and we are racing at Richmond. Joey Logano trying to pick up a lot of spots after his poor starting position, already 3 wide on the outside of Corey LaJoie. And Daniel Suarez, as he about got pinched into the outside wall. Side by side for the race lead between Kyle Busch and Alex Bowman. And the leader of the first lap of the race is going to be Kyle Busch by a couple of inches over Bowman in the 48. Bowman has not cleared the 8 car off of turn 2 yet, still side by side for the lead. Busch ended up having to get out of the gas, though, to keep it off the outside wall. Bowman clears down into turn 3, and Bowman, after not leading lap 1 from the pole, will lead lap 2. Kyle Busch is still stuck in the outside lane. He's got the 24 of William Byron underneath him. He'll just let the 24 car go so he can slide back to the bottom in front of the 45 of Reddick and the 1 of Chastain. Chastain gets off the outside lane a lot better, though, than what Kyle Busch was doing on the outside of the Hendrick cars. He powers to the outside of the 8, hard charging the entry into turns 3 and 4 as well. Pinches the 8, off the exit, contact. Busch gets sideways off turn 4, hangs onto the race car, and Tyler Reddick is now underneath him. Ross Chastain squeezed Kyle Busch off the exit of the corner. Caused a lot of contact. Busch going backwards. Now has to play a little bit of defense on Austin Cindric, who is going to drive it in very deep to get to the inside of the 8 car into turns 3 and 4. Kyle Busch from second starting position now back to 5th already in 4 laps. Yeah, that was definitely, I think, on Chastain. Busch was going up the racetrack, but it looked like the 1 was holding a very tight exit to the corner. Very aggressive racing in the opening laps of this race. And Kyle Busch, unfortunately, as a result, as mentioned, has already lost 3 positions. PC Clark, welcome to the stream. Also is AJ Summers, ATF Media, Brian Powell, Patrick Shadley, R. Botten. Despite getting squeezed into the wall by Corey LaJoie in that opening lap, Joey Logano in the 22 was able to pick up 4 positions from 18th to 14th. And I believe he is the biggest mover of those inside the top 20 for the start of the race. Nobody dropped to the rear for the start of this one as well. There were no adjustment made post-qualifying yesterday, as well as obviously everybody would have passed the pre-race inspection today. Denny Hamlin battling side by side with Chris Buescher right now. Trying to get by the 17 car on the outside. Almost had him cleared off turn 2, and then he slipped up the track a little bit more in 3 and 4. Buescher gets to that left rear corner panel on the front stretch, trying to side draft Denny, and then ends up falling in line behind him. He was holding on as long as he could to stay side by side. Hamlin just a little bit quicker than Buescher in the opening laps of the race. As a pass for 9th place on the racetrack, William Byron slowly closing in on race leader Alex Bowman, who has led laps 2 through 9. Byron all over the back bumper of his teammate going into the corner. Ross Chastain starting to mount a charge as well from 3rd. Half a lane higher through turns 1 and 2 was Byron on the 48 car, who was rounding the yellow line all the way through the corner. You definitely tell that there are 2 grooves on this racetrack. I don't think there was any rain overnight at Richmond, so a lot of the rubber from the Xfinity and the Modified Series race yesterday still there for the start of today's race, which might be why the groove is widened out for the beginning of this one compared to the green racetrack the Xfinity Series had in the first stage of yesterday's action. Byron will complete the pass for the race lead off of turn 2 on lap 11 on Alex Bowman. He went to the outside to do it. Bowman still stays on the bottom. No match for the 24 of Byron, who has been one of the hottest drivers this season, the only one with 2 wins so far this year. Only 3 top 10s to show for with those 2 wins, but in those wins he has led a lot of laps, so getting out ahead early here, looking to click off a lot of laps led at Richmond today once again. Kyle Busch already over 3 seconds off the race lead now from William Byron. He still sits in 5th place in front of Austin Cindric. Hasn't really pulled away from the too much. Fox going to the first commercial break of the race today. We'll go through a full field running order as we're on lap 13 of 387. William Byron, your race leader, by 0.8 of a second over Alex Bowman in 2nd. Ross Chastain's in 3rd. Tyler Reddick in 4th. Kyle Busch in 5th place. Austin Cindric in 6th. Kyle Larson in 7th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 8th. Denny Hamlin 9th. Kevin Harvick in 10th. Chris Buescher 11th. Martin Truex Jr. in 12th. Joey Logano 13th. Todd Gilliland in 14th. Ryan Blaney is 15th. Christopher Bell already up to 16th. Daniel Suarez 17th. Michael McDowell 18th. Ty Gibbs 19th. And Chase Briscoe is 20th. Eric Jones in 21st. Brad Kay in 22nd. Bubba Wallace is in 23rd. Noah Gragson in 24th. AJ Allmendinger 25th. Eric Almirola in 26th. Corey LaJoie has fallen back to 27th. Austin Dillon 28th. Justin Haley 29th. And Josh Berry is 30th. Ryan Preece in 31st. Harrison Burton in 32nd. Ty Dillon 33rd. 34th is Chandler Smith. Cody Ware 35th. J.J. Yaley 36th. And Anthony Alfredo will round out the 37-car field right now in the early going of this race. Caution free so far. Kyle Busch led the opening lap before falling back to 5th. Bowman led the next 8 laps, and now William Byron has led 6 consecutive laps after taking the race lead. Be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Again, our goal on the channel today is to get to hopefully 200 likes on the stream, but outside of the likes, the goal is to get to 4,000 subscribers on the channel. Coming into today's race, we were just 64 away from that. So, again, the goal, 4,000 subscribers on the channel today. So be sure to hit the subscribe button if you haven't done so already. It is free. So I know there have been some people in the past, more so when I was first starting up the YouTube channel. Well, is it free to subscribe? Yeah, it's free to subscribe. It just helps me out. So definitely do so if you haven't already. Jeff Henson, Silent Owl Scribe, thanks for tuning in also. Yeah, tire pressure definitely low at the start. You can see a lot of drivers, some low air pressure starting off. You see that pretty much on every track, though, but especially the short tracks. They build up a lot more quicker, especially on the right sides, as many turns as there are. 400 laps, you got to expect these guys are making 800 turns around this racetrack in today's race. Byron has pulled out to a 1.1 second lead now during the commercial break. Bowman remains, Bowman fell back to 3rd. Ross Chastain is up to 2nd. And Tyler Reddick now battling Bowman for that 3rd place position. So Alex Bowman not as strong out of the gate. Showing a replay during the commercial break as well. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Kyle Larson had made contact, battling for, looks like 7th place on the racetrack at the time. Stenhouse was able to get back around Kyle Larson and Austin Cindric as well. Looked like Stenhouse may have actually scraped the outside wall. He's running a lot higher line than it looks like a lot of other drivers are doing. A little bump and run on Cindric coming up on him. He's got the Kroger mac and cheese car today. Kyle Larson starting to slow up a little bit. Holding up the 2 and the 11 behind him that are side by side for position. Nowhere to go. Larson started with a wider corner entry. Stenhouse now passing Kyle Busch to break inside the top 5. Good run in the early going for the Daytona 500 champion. Again, no practice in qualifying, so maybe a little bit of an equalizer for some of these smaller teams. Todd Gilliland, another one of those inside the top 15 in the early going. He's moved up to 14th place already. Carolina Beast, also welcome to the stream. It is free. There are people that ask. They don't know. You can tell those people don't usually watch YouTube every day, though. Most of them. I'm not going to say all of them. It's like, oh, you probably don't watch anything on YouTube if you think it costs money. Denny Hamlin is kind of fluctuating positions quite a bit. He was battling side by side with Cindric, and then Kevin Harvick just passed him on the racetrack, and now he's starting to pull away from the 11 as well as the 2. Hamlin sliding all over the racetrack, got very loose in turns 1 and 2 there. The first half of the quarter, that car was sideways. You can definitely tell these guys are struggling for grip 25 laps in. It'll be interesting if anybody is going to try to pit in this first stage and try to split it in half, or are they potentially going to try to run this out? In the Xfinity Series race yesterday, we saw a tire fall off of about 1.5 seconds after just 20 to 25 laps. 25 laps in so far. William Byron's fastest lap of the race is a 23 flat. That last lap, he just ran a 24.645. So already at 25 laps, we've seen about 1.6 seconds of tire fall off from your race leader. And he's got a 1.3 second lead still over Ross Chastain. Chastain about 0.2 quicker than Byron that last lap, so maybe he's conserving his tires maybe a little bit better. Tyler Reddick got by Alex Bowman moments ago for 3rd. Bowman now back to 4th place. Stenhouse behind him. He's about 2 seconds behind him. We do have a competition caution coming up, so never mind. That answers my question on whether we'll see a pit stop before the end of the stage. Yes, we will. I forgot there was supposed to be a competition caution today. Right at the halfway mark in this first stage, lap 35. Again, that is because there was no practice or qualifying yesterday. So it'll be the first chance for these teams to make adjustments on their race cars since unloading them from the hauler when they arrived at the track on Friday. I think the caution's at lap 35. I didn't actually see where it was, but I'd imagine it'd be right at the halfway point of the stage. That would make sense to me. I think that's what it was in the Xfinity race yesterday, too. Kyle Busch is now fallen back to 7th place. Kevin Harvick battling Austin Cindric on track for 8th. Harvick down on his Harvick line on the inside, although he kind of missed it that time going into turns 1 and 2. He was a little bit off the yellow line, so he couldn't clear the 2 of Cindric, who was giving him a lot of room on the outside. Harvick creeps around the bottom a lot better that time, and now Cindric is closed in on Kyle Busch, so he's in the dirty air on the outside lane, maybe getting held up through turns 3 and 4. Harvick completes the pass on Cindric, and now battles Kyle Busch down into turns 1 and 2 for 7th. And the comp yellow is at lap 30, not 35, so sorry for that. Comp yellow is out. Lap 31. Had to wait for the last car in the lead lap to cross the start-finish line at lap 30 to get the comp yellow, so comp yellow out. Our first caution of the day. Again, this was scheduled because of no practice or qualifying for these teams this weekend due to rain and thunderstorms yesterday morning at the track. I think their practice session was scheduled for like 8 o'clock in the morning yesterday because they were going back-to-back with the Xfinity Series for practice and qualifying on the same day, so if you were at Richmond expecting all-day track action yesterday, unfortunately you didn't get it. I was excited to watch that, though. I got up yesterday morning, had my alarm set. I was up just before, I woke up a little bit before my alarm, like 7:45, and I was like, all right, we got practice coming on, and then it got rained out. I was like, oh, well, there goes my morning. Steinbuck Carger, thanks for tuning in. Welcome from Germany. Hopefully I said your last name correctly. Jeff Henson, welcome as well. Might have shouted you out already. May not have. I can't remember. 237 people watching already in today's live commentary stream. The first one on Fox Sports 1 this year, for the NASCAR Cup Series at least. Got live commentary every weekend for the NASCAR Cup, Xfinity, and Truck Series. So this is our third stream of the weekend. The trucks were at Texas yesterday afternoon after the Xfinity race took place earlier at Richmond. Next weekend, the Xfinity Series is off for Easter, but the Cup and the Truck Series will be at Bristol on dirt. Saturday night for the truck race, we'll be going live for that, and then Sunday night will be the Cup Series race. I want to do live commentary for the heat races on Saturday for both the Truck and the Cup Series as well, but I do have family plans that weekend for Easter on Saturday, so I will not be able to do live commentary for the heat races, but the actual points races we will have commentary for. Field on pit road, first stops of the day.
Go, that car today is loose right now for him. In fact, a 5 out of 10 on the number scale loose, and the one car, Ross Chastain, actually started off a little bit tight, but it got looser as the run went on, and he felt like he was burning the rears off. Jamie?
And at 24, William Byron went from third to first in a hurry. He said he's pretty good, just a little loose under braking air pressure. 4 tires here. The 48 of Alex Bowman. Too much brake pressure there. They adjusted the brake bias and helped the car a little bit. Still bouncing air pressure, 4 tires.
Ross Chastain in a 3-wide battle off pit road will win that race, so he'll get the restart in the lead. William Byron lost that spot. He'll come out second, and then Bowman gained 1 spot up to third on Reddick. Joey Logano up 6, and Martin Truex Jr. up 4 were the biggest movers on pit road. Harvick fell back 2 as well. Larson stayed the same, and I think Ricky Stenhouse Jr. had a very slow stop. He ended up cycling back in 15th, it appears. So Stenhouse loses about 6. Actually, what? He was, no, he was in 5th. Yeah, Stenhouse lost 10 spots on pit road. That's where it gets tough for the smaller teams to try to compete with the big teams, because even when you get into pit stops, it's harder to be just as fast. Will Bristol Dirt be on FS1? I know the heat races will be on FS1, I believe. Well, I don't know, because I was at Dirt Bristol last year, and I think they were on FS2. And that's why nobody could watch it, because I uploaded the race highlight videos from that day for the heat races as well as the truck race. And a lot of people were saying they didn't even know the heat races were even on or whatever, or they were on FS2 or something like that. That was one of my most viewed race highlight videos last year, and I think it was because of that reason, and it was literally the Dirt Bristol heat races. It was one of the most viewed race highlight videos from the grandstands I had last year. I think it was more than the Daytona 500. That tells you anything. Daytona 500 last year, though, the channel was even smaller than it is now, so that obviously also plays in. Chaz Floyd, thanks for tuning in. I know it is on Fox. The main race is on Fox. The heat races are definitely going to be on at least FS1, if not FS2. Truck race on Saturday night will be on FS1, but the Cup race Sunday night is on main Fox network. I think there's 3 more races on the main Fox this year. There's Dirt Bristol, Talladega a couple weeks after that, and then the Coke 600 at Charlotte. I think the rest of the Fox races this year are on FS1. They have a lot less races on Big Fox than what NBC has when they're on the bigger NBC network. A lot of the NBC races, a lot of them are on network television. Because even some of their summer races, I think Indy's supposed to be on network TV. I can't remember if Atlanta is or not. I think it is. But with Fox, it's at the start of the year, every race is on Big Fox, and then you get to this point in the year, and it's pretty much all FS1 from here on out. All but 3 races out of, 10 or 11 that they still have left? I think even the All-Star race at North Wilkesboro is on FS1. I know the All-Star race usually is on FS1, but I can't believe that, honestly. I'm you mean to tell me you're putting North Wilkesboro back on the schedule and you're not even putting it on Big Fox for everybody to watch? That would be such a ratings hit. There'd be so many people that would want to watch that race that can't. That mind boggles me, honestly. Looks like Ricky Stenhouse Jr.'s got a mechanical issue. I mentioned he lost about 10 spots on pit road. He is now pulling to the garage. Tough break for that 40-17. They were off to a great start. Was in the top 5 after about 38 laps, and some sort of a mechanical failure has pulled that car into the garage. So it looks like Stenhouse's day will come to an end. If they do get that car back on the racetrack at all, he will be many, many laps down. Ross Chastain will elect the inside lane on the restart just as Bowman did at the very start of the race when he was the control car. Byron will be on the outside of the front row here. Green flag back in the air at Richmond. Lap 39. 32 to go in stage 1. Chastain with a great launch. Bowman with a block on Kyle Busch. 3 wide, may have made contact. 4 wide now into turn 1 with Larson and Logano towards the outside. Logano got squeezed into the wall when he was 3 wide on the top earlier. This time he is barely going to keep it off the wall. There was contact between Harvick and Blaney, who were 3 wide behind him, and I think Blaney touched the wall a little bit. He goes a little too far wide in 3 and 4. Harvick and Busch get together on the bottom, though, and Blaney still gets a decent drive off. Harvick blocks him. Blaney gets into the back of him as they head into turn 1. Bowman and Larson side by side for position as well. I believe they are battling for 4th on the racetrack. Reddick is up to 3rd behind Byron and Chastain. Chastain leads. A lot of 2x2 traffic outside the top 10 still as they're still trying to get sorted. And Bowman and Larson have been side by side for the first 2 laps after the restart. Larson on the outside, Bowman down to the bottom. Bowman's been one of the few drivers that haven't really moved off that yellow line throughout the course of the race today. Contact between Bowman and Larson off of turn 2. Bowman got a little loose. Larson clears. Logano's got a run on the 48 now as he looks for 5th. Kyle Busch continues to fall backwards after another bad restart. He is in 10th place after starting 2nd, and we're only on lap 42 of 400. Plenty of time to try to get that car going in the right direction. But not a good start for him. Bowman loose again on the inside. Joey Logano clears him from the top. Harvick gets to the bottom of the 48. 3 wide. Contact between Briscoe and Cindric. Briscoe all over the door of the 2. He had his left side tires down below the yellow line in the middle of turns 3 and 4 trying to get underneath the 2 cars. He just body slammed his way through there. Harvick and Bowman continue to battle tightly now. Bowman hanging in strong on the outside despite not really running up there all day. Now he'll just let Harvick go to drop in line behind him. Bowman back to 7th, so both the front row starters now outside the top 6. And Blaney putting pressure on Bowman for that 7th place position. .27 to go still in stage 1. Denny Hamlin riding on the outside lane further back in traffic. Lost a lot of spots on pit road as well. At the tail end of the pack. A little contact it looked like with Chandler Smith in the 13. And now he's 3 wide in the middle between the 13 and looks like the 15 as well. Oh, and Hamlin turns the 15 car down into turn 1. Backing hard into the wall. Caution flag is out. Denny Hamlin just dumped J.J. Yaley going into turn 1. Hamlin tried to go up the middle 3 wide, and I think he got pinched off of turn 4 and may have retaliated on J.J. Yaley going into turn 1 as he sent him around. That looked intentional to me. And into the wall he goes. Luckily, everybody else was able to get by on the bottom. They were towards the back half of the field, but Hamlin upset with Yaley for not giving him a lot of room there. I think he kind of... I don't think he cut him a lot of slack, that's for sure. I'm sure he'll talk about it on his podcast this week. Actions Detrimental on the Dale Jr. Dirty Mo Media. Caution's out for the second time. Denny Hamlin turns J.J. Yaley. A lot of damage on that Rick Ware Racing 15 car. That will probably end Yaley's day. Stenhouse is still in the garage. He has now scored 12 laps down after a mechanical issue during the Comp Yellow. There was some smoke coming out of the back of the car. I don't know if it was an engine issue or what happened there, but tough break for Stenhouse. Could have been the reason for their slow stop, too. Maybe they saw something. Then they brought it back into pit road and then eventually into the garage. Your top 10 as of right now, late in stage 1. Ross Chastain is in the lead. Daniel Suarez scored in second for some reason. I don't think that's accurate. They might have pit stops coming up potentially. I'll hold off on that until we get closer to the restart. Trying to figure out why Suarez is in second. I'm thinking the Trackhouse cars might have stayed out of the pits. You would imagine they'd show pit stops on the broadcast. Usually let you guys listen into that. Any updates on your favorite drivers? Daryl Smith, also welcome to the stream. Dale, welcome to the stream. Oscar Ramirez Herrera, welcome to the stream. Tim Irvin, welcome. NASCAR should have incident investigations like F1. I mean, they used to be a lot more strict with them back in like the 2000s when it came to like intentionally wrecking drivers. And then when the Boys Have At It came through, they were all hands off. And then things started getting a little out of control. And they started officiating it a little bit more, but not as much as what they used to. They do find them a lot. There's really no points penalties that go with it. I'd say for the most part, though, NASCAR does a pretty good job when it comes to giving them penalties for, drivers making, rash decisions when it comes to intentionally wrecking people. They don't always, hold up in the appeals panel, it seems like nowadays, but, we saw it with Bubba Wallace last year at Vegas. He got suspended a race. Byron got fined and did get dock points in the playoffs for spinning Hamlin at Texas under caution. Hamlin just got fined, obviously, a couple weeks ago for his incident with Ross Chastain at the end of the Phoenix race. So, I mean, they have been better at, trying to cut down on that. A lot of it falls on the drivers. I mean, a lot of it does fall on the drivers. It's strange, though, that Denny Hamlin literally just got fined for intentionally wrecking somebody a couple weeks ago, and then it looked as if he just flat out dumped J.J. Yaley there.
I'll try to keep Yaley in the race. The only car off track right now is Ricky Stenhouse, who had fluid leaking, and they put him behind the wall during the competition yellow.
I think every driver out there is going to see that when they watch this race back, see that crunch zone in there. That's so important to the safety of these drivers. Have to have those crunch zones.
Ross Chastain.
Chastain elects the inside for the restart once again. Byron up high on row 1. Kyle Larson inside of row 2. Reddick on the outside row 2. Harvick spins the tires from third. Green flag back in the air. Bit of a gap between the 5 and the 4 now. Larson to the bottom. 3 wide for the lead as he splits Chastain and Byron. Up the hill goes William Byron after contact from the 1. Larson almost to the lead on his teammate, but he's still side by side with the 24 on the back straight into 3. Harvick pulls to the inside of Chastain now for third place as well. 3 wide further back between Ryan Blaney, Christopher Bell, and it looked like Chris Buescher was on the outside. Still side by side for the lead between Byron and Larson. Byron led the first lap after the restart by half a car length, but the 5 car is still there. Can't get the run off, but gets the drive in, having the shortest way around the racetrack. These two dominated the Phoenix and Vegas races, even though both were won by the 24 of Byron. Larson finished second in both races. Sits in line right behind Byron now off of turn 4. Byron makes a block on the front stretch, and now Larson goes to the outside lane into turns 3 and 4. The 24 hugs the bottom lane. 18 laps to go, stage 1. Your top 10 following this restart. William Byron in the lead. Kyle Larson's at second. Ross Chastain third. Kevin Harvick fourth. Tyler Reddick fifth. Alex Bowman sixth. Joey Logano seventh. Brad Keselowski eighth. Christopher Bell ninth. And Ryan Blaney is 10th. Still a lot of 2 and 3 wide racing in the back half of the field. Top 4 single file at the front. Reddick starting to fall behind the 4 leaders. 3 Chevys, a Ford, and a Toyota in the top 5. Keselowski and Logano running side by side. Brad K in the top 10 already for the first time today. Battling for 7th on racetrack. Bell and Blaney have been side by side ever since the restart still. They did have 1 car on their outside. Now it's just those two still battling door to door. for about 4 or 5 laps in a row now. John Smith, thanks for the $5 super chat. Appreciate it. Arvin Granson, thanks for tuning into the stream also. Also, thanks for the $2 super chat, John. I didn't see those. I tried to get to them as quickly as possible. Appreciate that. Jim Troyer, welcome to the stream. Cody Brown, also welcome. Byron already out by about 0.8 of a second over Larson. As of the line that time, once he was able to pull clear of the 5, he started pulling away. Larson looked a little too loose on the longer run before the competition caution, was losing spots, but over these last 2 restarts has now moved himself inside the top 3 for the first time this afternoon. Stage points awarded for the top 10. Playoff point on the line at the front of the field if you win the stage. Chris Buescher, who started in the 7th place position today, has fallen all the way back on this last restart. He is currently battling side by side with Martin Truex Jr., and that would be for 16th on the racetrack. Ryan Preece going to take it 3 wide underneath both cars. Denny Hamlin right behind his teammate Truex on the outside of that 3 wide battle. Also 3 wide a little bit behind them is Eric Almirola, Harrison Burton, and Bubba Wallace. Quite a bit of 3 wide racing in the early going of this race at Richmond so far today. A wild one in the first 60 laps. Almirola going to complete the pass on both the 23 and the 21 around him. And Truex will duck back in line behind the 41 and the 3, who were underneath them 3 wide for that little bit. Since the restart, Ryan Preece is up 10 positions from 25th to 15th. Has a lot of experience at this racetrack in modifieds, and I would imagine that will fare well for him today. He was looking forward to the short tracks on the schedule this season, and this could be potentially the first strong run of the year for that 41 team. Larson, after dropping back from William Byron, is being rained down a bit from Ross Chastain and Kevin Harvick in the early laps. Our spotlight drivers as of right now, Ross Chastain, one of the must-have picks, is in 3rd. Kevin Harvick, another must-have, in 4th. My win pick, Alex Bowman, as well as must-have for him, is in 7th. And then Christopher Bell in 9th. So all 4 of those drivers in the top 10 right now. Sleeper pick, Chris Buescher, has fallen back quite a bit. He's now in 22nd after starting 7th here in Stage 1. He's not fared well in those first couple restarts compared to his teammate Keselowski, who's in the top 10. So I'm wrong on the sleeper pick so far. And then the 2 don't have picks who I predicted to finish outside the top 10 at the end of the race today of Joey Logano. He is in 6th, so far he is off to a good start. And then also on that list I had, I have to remember here, and refresh my brain here. Who else did I have on that list? I'm looking at the driver lineup right now, just waiting for a name to scream at me. I'm like, oh yeah, I picked that guy. Golly, I can't even remember who I picked. I gotta pull my notes back up. I'm trying to make this quick. Oh, there's still green flag. This is bad. My memory is usually really good and making me feel old. Tyler Reddick. Yeah, Reddick is in 5th place, so I'm wrong on both drivers as of right now. Still very early, obviously. It's only lap 64, and those are based off of where you finish. So again, top 5 is 6 to go at Stage 1. William Byron leads. Kyle Larson is in 2nd. Ross Chastain 3rd. Kevin Harvick 4th, and Tyler Reddick is in 5th. 5 to go in the stage now as across the line. Byron's still about a second ahead of Larson. Chastain a half a second back of the 5. And then Kevin Harvick's 2 seconds off the lead and another half second back from Chastain in 4th. Joey Logano closing the gap on Tyler Reddick in a battle for 5th. Reddick just can't keep up with the top 4. Notice that initially on the restart. That seems to be the case here. Keselowski to the inside of Christopher Bell. And I think it's more Bell actually challenging to the outside. Bell will complete the pass. Keselowski was at 8th, drops back to 9th, and Bell, after starting 21st, is up to 8th already in the first 67 laps. And Ryan Preece, who started at the tail end of the field, up to 13th. Preece and Bell, easily the biggest movers of this race so far. Biggest losers, Kyle Busch and probably Alex Bowman. Bowman down 6 spots from starting on the pole, and Busch, after starting second, is in 12th. Priest clears Cindric for that 13th spot. Not going to get inside the top 10 to get some stage points here at stage 1, but look out for Priest if this race continues on with the speed he is showing in the early going. We haven't had a long run yet. We'll see with stages 2 and 3 being 160 and 170 laps in length if we get those long Richmond runs like we usually see. And pit strategy can come into play. Tire management will definitely come into play in those situations. But the comp yellow at lap 30, those first 30 laps were the longest green flag run so far in this first stage, because then we had the Yaley accident and obviously the stage break coming here in a couple laps. Logano completes the pass on Reddick for 5th. That'll move him in the top 5. 1 lap to go now in stage 1 for William Byron. His fastest lap is still a 23 flat, which was ran all the way back on lap 4. Only 3 drivers now have ran their quick time since the last restart. That would be Larson, Chastain, and Logano, who are all in the top 5. Green, white, checkered flag in the air now. William Byron will win stage 1 here today. Kyle Larson will end up 2nd, Ross Chastain 3rd, Kevin Harvick 4th, and Joey Logano rounds out the top 5 in the first stage. Tyler Reddick will end up 6th, Alex Bowman 7th, 8th place Christopher Bell, Brad Keselowski 9th, and Chase Briscoe from the rear of the field up to 10th as well. So those drivers will all receive stage points, 1 point per position, 10 points for first, 9 for second, all the way back to 1 for 10th. We'll take a look at the point standings coming into the race today while they're during the stage 1 break. I think I'm going to have to log out of the website and then go back in. Let's see here. I think it's this one. Yep. So I mentioned at the very start of the stream, before the race started, Alex Bowman is currently the regular season points leader after the points penalty for all 4 Hendrick teams was rescinded. The fines still in place for those teams, and obviously the crew chief still suspended, but the points have been taken away. So Alex Bowman is a 15-point lead, or has a 15-point lead over Ross Chastain in second. 5 top 10s on the year, the most of any driver for Bowman, and also tied for the most top 5s with only Christopher Bell and William Byron with 3 there. Hasn't led many laps this year, just 31. That doesn't include the 9 laps he has already led today, and that has kind of been where Bowman has struggled, but as far as consistent speed goes, he's been very good this year. He's capitalizing on stage points as he did here today. Had that good starting position, still finished 7th in the stage, got 4 points. That will help him try to keep his lead. Chastain, though, who was 15 points behind him, did finish 3rd in the stage, so if Chastain keeps that speed up, he may catch him. Byron obviously won the stage. He's 3rd in the standings. But the drivers with a win that are already locked into the playoffs this year, Byron has 2 wins, Kyle Busch with 1 win, Joey Logano has a win, and then Tyler Reddick won last week at COTA. Stenhouse won the Daytona 500. All of them in the top 15 at points still, so nobody below 16th has a win that is locked in right now. Stenhouse having a DNF already today with a mechanical issue at around lap 30 to 35, unfortunately. He's not going to have a good finish, so he may drop out of the top 16 now, but a good start to the year for that 47 team. So Chris Buescher would have been the last driver above the cutoff line by 13 points over Daniel Suarez coming into the day. Corey LaJoie minus 18. Michael McDowell minus 32. A couple drivers who are just above the cutoff line would be Denny Hamlin plus 17. Brad Keselowski plus 18. Both coming off some poor finishes at COTA last week. So we'll see if they can get back going in the right direction. This is the 5th stage win of the season already for William Byron. So you heard that right, 5 stage wins already. This is only the 7th race of the year. We still have, 29 races to go? Unbelievable. Those playoff points carry over through every single... Yeah, those playoff points carry over for every single race in the playoffs, every round. So racking them up as many as he has already had early in the year with 2 race wins and 5 stage wins. That's 15 playoff points now in the first, not even 7 completed races.
Races this year.
Well, I've got an eye on Stuart Haas because it seems for one of the few times this season they're all in the same playbook and all moving forward together. You got Kevin Harvick at 4th, Chase Briscoe in 10th. Ryan Preece came and got tires on that caution. He is 12th. Eric Almirola's in the top 20. And so moving forward is where they are. Jamie Mack and Kurt Busch.
Well, Mike, I agree with you. I'd like the Stewart-Haas cars as well. Kevin Harvick is the one that I have my eye on. Started 10th, slowly but methodically, working his way to the front. He's clearly going to be something we got to keep an eye on.
One thing I've learned in the TV booths the last couple weeks, Mike Joy just picks a whole slew of cars. I thought we were supposed to pick one. I've got my eye on Chastain. He's already bumped into William Byron, my little brother, and he's good on these worn-out older tracks, so I'm keeping my eye on Chastain.
Those are your incredible back ones to watch here at the end of stage one.
He is right, Mike. You took the whole organization to...
William Byron going to lead the field on the pit road. This will be the second stops of the day during the stage one break.
Each make a pick, and then I get the field. I have to pick left.
Here we go.
Hey, Regan.
Oh my, Kevin Harvick is having issues with the drive-off in that race car. Pinpointed that it's the biggest thing he wants fixed right now. The center's going to get better, he feels like. In the one of Ross Chastain, the rear grip goes away too quick. It starts to run good, but he's worried about long runs. Jamie?
At 5 of Kyle Larson says he feels like he's charging the corners a little too hard. He's also a little loose. A 4-tire stop here. And the 24 of William Byron said he needs a little bit more drive, but overall pretty happy. Not a lot of complaints from that 24 driver.
Byron easily wins the race off of pit road. Larson second, Chastain third. 3-wide race for about fifth coming out of the pits. Biggest gainers in the top 10. Briscoe up 2 spots. Keselowski up 2. Looked like Tyler Reddick lost 3 spots on pit road, if I'm not mistaken. I believe that was him. Yeah, Reddick lost a couple spots. And Bell lost a couple spots also. Strickland's Custom Models, thanks for tuning in. Mark Thomason, also welcome to the stream. Regine Huddleston. Kyle Lance, Farm Boy 2. Colton Thompson. Bond 1771, Mike George, welcome. And Rachel Laurent, also welcome to the stream. Can't go back in the chat any further than that, so sorry if I didn't shout anybody else out. Over 300 people watch at one point already, though, in today's live commentary stream. I think the most we've had this season was back in the Daytona 500. No surprise, we had almost 700 people in the chat during that race, so we'll see if we can make this the most watched race on the channel this season. Almost halfway there, and we are just after the conclusion of stage one. Again, 160 laps at stage 2 and then 170 in the final stage. Fairly even. And if we have a long green flag run, that is where the strategy will come into play. After 25 laps before the competition caution, we saw a tire fall off of over 1.5 seconds in that stretch. And we saw yesterday in the Xfinity race, it was about the same as well. So there's definitely a lack of grip out there on the racetrack. Drivers doing a good job for the most part, even with the beating and banging we've seen that they have, for the most part, not had any accidents. Denny Hamlin ran through J.J. Yaley, bringing out a caution for incident there, which was back on lap 44, and that was the only caution for incident in the first 70 laps. Byron has led 53 laps already today, the most led en route to that stage 1 victory, maybe looking like the early favorite. You can vote for who you think will win today's race in the community tab. As of right now, 218 votes and counting have been casted so far. We will close that poll at the end of stage 2 as usual on the channel today, so be sure to vote. Kyle Busch so far the favorite at 33%. Other at 28% of the votes. Byron at 22% and Kyle Larson at 17%. Busch not off to a good start today, so we'll see if he'll stay up there on that poll. Byron will lead the field to the green. Lights are out on the pace car, so they will go green this time by. He'll be on the inside of the front row again. Larson to the outside of row number 1. Row 2 on the restart, Ross Chastain will be on the bottom, and Kevin Harvick will be on the outside. Row 3 on the restart, Alex Bowman on the inside, and then Joey Logano up high as well. That'll be your first 3 rows. Through the Geico restart zone, green flag back in the air, stage 2 underway at Richmond. Kyle Larson spins the tires on the outside. That's going to allow Byron to easily clear down into turn 1. Bowman throwing another dangerous block going down into turn 1 on the 14. That time of Briscoe. Briscoe shoves him up the racetrack. He's not taking any of it. And now they're door-to-door for position for 6th off of turn 2. 48 squeezed the 14, and the 14 was committed to that line, stayed with it all the way through. Bumper cars. And now they're still leaning on each other off of turn 4. Chastain still alongside Kyle Larson for 2nd. Larson dive bombs into the corner, gets to the inside temporarily. Chastain beats him back to the gas and gets underneath him again. Probably seeing some shifting around this racetrack today, as we were seeing for most of the short track races last year with the sequential gearbox with this next gen car. Allowing these drivers to drive it in a lot deeper on corner entry as a result. 3 wide. And the back half of the top 10 right now are just outside the top 10, right around positions 11 through 13 with Tyler Reddick, Martin Truex Jr., and Ty Gibbs. Contact between Gibbs and Truex off the exit of turn 2. Reddick is going to clear on the outside. Ryan Preece is battling with Denny Hamlin side by side as well, just behind that group of 3. Gibbs sliding the rear tires off turn 4. That's going to hold up Hamlin on the bottom behind him, and Ryan Preece gets the run to the top of the 54 of Gibbs for about 13th. Kyle Larson getting really loose now as he tries to pin his car back to the bottom behind Chastain, who cleared him off turn 2. Little over half a second off the race lead on lap 83. Byron out in front. Chastain, Larson, and Harvick, the top 4. And probably the fastest cars in the field, at least through stage 1 as well. Although some drivers who started deeper in the field that had to pass a lot of cars to get up there, we haven't seen with track position like Christopher Bell and Ryan Preece, both starting outside the top 20 today. Bell was able to get some stage points in stage 1. He now runs 7th, and Preece just outside the top 10 still. Clears Denny Hamlin for 14th. He was side by side with him for a while. He got alongside Gibbs when Gibbs got loose in front of the 11 a couple laps ago. Now he's right behind the 54. Gibbs with the block down into turn 1. Preece had to jump out of the gas. Hamlin quickly to the outside to keep from running into the back of the 41 of Preece. Door-to-door through 3 and 4 in that battle for 14th with the 41 and the 11. Preece is on the bottom now. He's been running the top more often. Hamlin on the outside almost has him cleared on the front stretch. Going to drive it in deep. A little wider that time from the 11 of Hamlin. Pins the 41 off the exit to get the drive off. And he finally clears Preece for that 14th place position. So Preece down a couple spots from the restart. Logano and Harvick now battling side by side for 4th. Joey Logano started 18th, somewhat deep in the field as well. And now he is inside the top 5. Got to 5th right before the end of stage 1. Passes Harvick for 4th. He's the highest running Ford on the racetrack. No Toyotas in the top 6 right now. Bell the highest running in 7th. And Chevys 1 through 3. With 2 Hendrick cars and a Trackhouse car. Logano up 14 spots from the start of the race. Bell up 14. Keselowski up 15. And Preece up 17. Are the biggest movers so far. Chris Buescher down 19. One of the biggest losers in this race so far. Kyle Busch also down 10. 9 spots rather. As he's in 11th. Larson and Chastain still battling for 2nd place. Larson to the inside through 1 and 2 on lap 89. Ross Chastain with a wide sweeping corner on the outside. If they get to battling too much, not only they're starting to lose the 24 as a result, but Joey Logano from 4th is closing in. Larson puts the bumper to the back of the 1, but didn't hit him good enough. He almost hit him so square it launched the 1 car out in front of him off the exit of turn 4. And now Chastain's got about a 2 car length gap over the 5. Chastain, Larson, and Logano all riding the bottom that time through turns 1 and 2. Briscoe, the only car in the top 10 that ran the outside lane through turns 1 and 2 back in 9th. Ty Gibbs went wide off the exit of the corner as well in 13th and about scraped the wall. Interesting stat from Mike Joy that he just dropped. William Byron has led 64 laps already in today's race. He has won 5 of the last 6 races that he has led at least 64 laps. Could be dangerous for Byron here today. Could go to victory lane already for the 3rd time this season. Chase Briscoe, Tyler Reddick now battling for 9th. Reddick trying to get that spot back. Remember, he was 6th at the end of stage 1, but lost a handful of positions on pit road. And then fell back a couple spots on the restart initially as well. He's trying to get those positions back. Second highest running Toyota on the track and the only one in the top 10 other than Bell. Your top 10 right now, William Byron is in the lead by 2.3 seconds over Ross Chastain, who's still in second. Kyle Larson's 2.6 seconds back in third. Joey Logano in fourth, 3 seconds back. Kevin Harvick in fifth, 3.2 seconds back. Alex Bowman is in sixth place, 4.3 back. Christopher Bell in seventh, 4.4 off the lead. Brad Keselowski in eighth, 5.2 off the lead. Tyler Reddick, ninth, 5.6 off the lead. And Chase Briscoe, 6.4 seconds off the lead in 10th. Lap 24 of 160 in Stage 2 and lap 94 of 400 in today's race in total. Kyle Busch almost in the wall off turn 2. A lot of cars sliding off the exit of that corner. Seems to be that the more ill-handling cars are the ones obviously struggling the most off of turn 2. A lot more narrow exit than what it is off of turn 4. With it being a flat and straight back straightaway, we got a spin off turn 4. Josh Berry's around. He's in the grass in the trial. Will caution's out again. Not sure if there was contact there, if he just lost the car, but Berry has spun in the 9 car, replacing Chase Elliott once again, his 4th race in the Cup Series this season. Good short track racer in his own right, led a lot of laps in the Xfinity race yesterday, won a stage. Not off to a good start today's Cup race with the early spin. And it looks like Ryan Blaney got into the back of him off turn 4. I think he was out of the gas for a while, and then Blaney just kind of ran right into the back of him, and around went Josh Berry off the exit of turn 4. So there was definitely contact from the 12. I'd imagine we'll be seeing pit stops even with just 25 laps on these tires. That last lap for Byron was almost a second and a half slower than his fastest lap of the race. And he was setting a pretty quick pace, pulling away from Chastain and Larson behind him initially at the start of Stage 2. Our first caution of Stage 2, and this is already our 4th caution in today's race in the first 100 laps. About 15 laps of actual green flag action, though, at the start of the stage. Come on. My TV's lagging really bad right now. Like, it's just buffering. I don't know if it caught up or if it's delayed a little bit. So I'll try to check it after pit stops. Kinder Tucky, thanks for tuning into the stream. Brian Chastain, welcome as well. Yeah, my TV lagged quite a bit. They're pitting in my ear, and they're still like going into turns 1 and 2 right now. I'll catch my TV up after the pit stops go through. But you guys will get to listen into the pit reports here. Apologize for falling behind. I don't know why my internet buffered like that randomly. Wonder if the stream lagged at the same time. Well, no, that wouldn't have been the case because my laptop's still way ahead of where I'm at on my TV. Here comes the field on the pit road.
We're going to pit about lap 1/3.
Everybody's in, Regan.
Like the last run, Kevin Harvick needed to drive off with that car. This time, though, he needs turn in the center, struggling to roll the middle of the corners. And the 1 car of Ross Chastain, that change was not good for him that they made. He lost rear grip at the start. They're going to go back on it and try something else. Jamie?
Third set of sticker tires going on for the 5 with Kyle Larson. No adjustments here. Same for William Byron. Just 4 tires, little air pressure and fuel.
Still 35 cars on the lead lap. Makes pit road a very crowded place. Byron out first. Larson picks up a spot, and Alex Bowman picks up 3.
No Kevin Harvick on that list. Really a lot of trouble on that stop.
So Harvick, biggest loser on pit road after running in the top 5, is now going to restart well outside the top 10. dropping back. I'll be in traffic. Again, we're under our fourth caution of the race today after Josh Berry spun. Contact from Ryan Blaney off the exit of turn 4. William Byron dominated the race. He won the race out of the pits again as well. Picker has been on it every week, too. I mean, he has been leading a lot of laps. Him and Larson's pit crew have been the fastest. They've been the 2 fastest cars, it seems like, in a lot of these races post-California. Seems to be the case here in the early going as well. We'll take our first ad break of the race today. You're watching the Toyota Owners 400 live on the channel here on KRC. Like and subscribe if you haven't already, and we'll get back to the action following this upcoming restart. Now I got to catch my TV up. I got to log out of Hulu, log back in. And I'm going to have to get the audio synced up. Hopefully I don't miss the restart. I haven't seen that lag that bad before. Not since I updated my internet a couple years ago. The screen's going to go blank here for a little bit. So that way I don't accidentally air some of the race. I'll get the leaderboard back up there when they come back from the commercial break. Doran Davis, welcome into the stream also. People still talking about the Denny Hamlin spin. Joey Logano back on pit road again. Loose wheel on the right rear of the 22. And Kevin Harvick back onto pit road as well. Oh, shoot, I'm missing the restart. That's what I was afraid of. All right, we're back up and running. Green flag back in the air. William Byron easily got clearance going into turn 1 and 2 for the 3rd consecutive restart on Larson, who was on the outside of him every time. Larson not going to have to battle Chastain as long, though, this time around. He clears the 1 car off of turn 2. 3 wide with Ty Gibbs in the middle of Tyler Reddick and Chase Briscoe. And Denny Hamlin now to the inside of the 54 of Gibbs. Just cleared the 54 car off the exit of the corner. And Reddick's still on the outside of that also, so Hamlin actually passed 2 cars in turns 1 and 2 that last lap. Alex Bowman moving back up to the 4th place position. Getting a few of those spots back. He was 7th at the end of stage 1 and picked a couple of them back up on these first 2 restarts of stage 2. Christopher Bell now in the top 5 for the first time as well, has cycled to 5th. And Keselowski, as high as he's been in the running order, in 6th. Now just getting passed by Suarez, who is in the top 10 for the first time today also. And they're going to talk to Rodney Childers, it sounds like, during this green flag run.
Talk to Rodney Childers, crew chief for Kevin Harvick. Rodney, Larry, Clint, and Mike up in the Fox booth. Looked like you got a good hot rod. I know you had a little bit of a hiccup on the stop there, but it looks like it's good and solid.
Job for us, so yeah, we're just got to fight back up through there. If anybody can do what that guy in that seat can, and hopefully we'll get a long run here and can see what we got.
Rodney, one thing that'll go along with a long run, we're only a 4th of the way through this race, and you guys are everybody's using up Goodyear sticker tires like there's unlimited amount, but we're almost halfway through what you've got.
Yeah, that's something that you definitely have to keep an eye on here. You can run out in a hurry, and if you run out here, you're going to be in deep trouble. So we're paying attention to it, and we'll just have to keep what we got going on, drive back to the front, and like I said, hopefully that's the tires left like usual.
All right, buddy. Well, good luck. We'll be watching.
Thank you.
Brad Keselowski taking that spot right back away from Daniel Suarez. On the racetrack, Kevin Harvick battling Bubba Wallace in the back half of the field. Actually, Harvick up to 14th already. Holy cow. I was going to say, I didn't think Bubba Wallace was that far back. And then I look at the leaderboard, and Harvick's actually up to 14th. Looking quick off of this restart after having to pit that second time. And there weren't many cars that were a lap down either. It just shows the speed in that 4. First and second at both Richmond races last season, and looking to get another podium finish at the track again today in his final season. Ty Gibbs up to 11th place, getting back by Denny Hamlin last lap as well. Kyle Busch has broken back in the top 10 after a couple of them that were up there had fallen out from those pit stops. And Martin Truex Jr. in the top 10 for the first time today in 8th. Just under 300 laps still to go, and about a quarter of the way through stage 2. William Byron again is your race leader. Kyle Larson in 2nd. Ross Chastain 3rd. Alex Bowman is in 4th. Christopher Bell in 5th place. Brad Keselowski 6th. Daniel Suarez in 7th. Martin Truex Jr. 8th. Chase Briscoe 9th. And Kyle Busch rounds out the top 10.
It's a subway right combination.
You heard Rodney say, how lights out his pit crew had been, as he called it, and they have. Second in the rankings on pit road. One of the best on pit road, even they make mistakes every now and then. Maybe they'll have an opportunity to make that up later in the race.
11th place. Denny Hamlin on teammate rookie Ty Gibbs.
Here, they're very gingerly with the throttle. These passes are hard to come by when things get spread out on this racetrack. It takes laps to make these passes sometimes. A lot of patience.
Moving to 7th place, Daniel Suarez. Between Brad Keselowski and Martin Truex behind him.
Get to the yellow line a little earlier than you do into one, about a car length, maybe 2.
Getting the line just a little bit earlier means he's got a pretty big arc. If you can afford to do that, that's the name of the game. It helps you get the thing rotating, get pointed better off of 2. Like a big wide arc, but if the car's loose getting in, the first thing you do is try to cut that car off a little bit, straighten your entry up, keep the car underneath of you, keep that rear end from trying to pass the front.
115 laps completed.
Larson about half a second behind Byron, slowly closing on him on this restart. Chastain slipping back a little bit, and Bowman starting to reel him in. That could put the Hendrick cars 1, 2, 3 at the front of the field as they finish back at Vegas when they were dominating the early going. But on the other hand, it looks like Bell during the commercial break is just past Bowman for 4th, so never mind. I think Bowman dropped way back. That last lap he ran a 24.7, which was about 0.3 slower than Bell on that last lap, and about 0.4 slower than Chastain, who he was reeling in before that. So something must have happened to Bowman where he had to back out of the gas, lost the momentum, and Bell was right there to pass him for position. Take a full field rundown then of the order just over an hour into the race today. William Byron is your race leader by 0.3 of a second now on Kyle Larson, who has ran the faster lap than William Byron over the last couple of laps. Ross Chastain is in 3rd place, Christopher Bell in 4th, Alex Bowman is 5th, Brad Keselowski in 6th, Martin Truex Jr. in 7th, Daniel Suarez 8th, Chase Briscoe 9th, Kyle Busch is 10th, Denny Hamlin in 11th, Ty Gibbs in 12th, Kevin Harvick 13th, Ryan Preece 14th, Bubba Wallace in 15th, Ryan Blaney 16th, Tyler Reddick 17th, Eric Almirola 18th, Michael McDowell 19th, Todd Gilliland 20th, Austin Dillon 21st, Harrison Burton 22nd, Joey Logano 23rd, Corey LaJoie 24th, Josh Berry 25th, Noah Gragson in 26th, Chris Buescher 27th, Justin Haley 28th, Ty Dillon 29th, and Eric Jones is 30th. AJ Allmendinger 31st, Austin Cindric in 32nd, 33rd is Chandler Smith, Anthony Alfredo 34th, Cody Ware 35th. 2 cars out of the race today, J.J. Yaley and Ricky Stenhouse Jr., 36th and 37th. Actually, I do think both cars are in the race. Stenhouse went to the garage a little bit ago, actually a long bit ago. Had a mechanical issue, came back out. He's only 14 laps down. Surprised he didn't lose more, honestly, considering it's a short track. And then J.J. Yaley 9 laps down with heavy damage after Denny Hamlin spun him earlier. Our spotlight drivers from the pre-race predictions. Ross Chastain, one of the must-haves, in third. Another one of them, Christopher Bell, in fourth. My win pick and another must-have, Alex Bowman, is in fifth. So those three in the top five. The other must-have pick that I would have ended up having of, trying to find him, Kevin Harvick in 13th. Had to come back on the pit road, tighten up a loose lug nut, so he lost some track position, but already up to 13th on the restart. The two don't-haves, Tyler Reddick and Joey Logano, both outside the top 10 right now. Logano also came back onto pit road, much like Harvick. He's still back in 23rd, though. And then Reddick lost a lot of spots on the restart as well as on pit road during the stage 1 break. He is in 17th. Sleeper pick Chris Buescher, not having a good day at all today. After starting in 7th place, he is in 27th on track.
William Byron. They have 2.5 seconds on the field right now.
Yeah, over the last few laps, Kyle Larson has been about a tenth faster than his teammate. He's going to get to the outside here, right on the front straightaway. See if he can get it on the outside going through 1 and 2.
He's going to, I don't think Byron's going to give him much of a fit here. Pretty impressive. Nobody else has been able to do that. Drive up past William Byron. These two have battled it out this year. Unbelievable. The performance in both of those cars, both of those teams. With this package in particular, this low downforce package, I don't know if it's fitting in their driving style, what they have going on, the balance of their cars. Thank God we've got the fact that it's not the losers. We know that. Tired of that conversation. It's over. Still the same.
There's some 2014 audio.
Overall group with these tires, pretty tight. Center 1 and 2. Drive has been as good as last for us. Probably rushing throttle. This is tight.
Less overall grip on these tires, not as good a drive off. And let me clarify something we said earlier about this appeal, saying NASCAR was not pleased with the result. They were pleased that the appeals board upheld that the parts that were on those cars did not meet spec and that there was a penalty. Their disappointment was in that their most persuasive penalty, taking points away from these teams, was not a penalty.
My disappointment, it's either a penalty or it's not a penalty. There's no in between the way the rule is written.
And more to come. The Collick penalty will be held, I believe, this week, and also Denny Hamlin has one under appeal of a different sort.
You know, I want to go back to something Jamie Little reported about Joey Logano and making adjustments on that car. And that's very possibly what has happened to William Byron in that 24 car. You keep trying to make it better. You keep trying to make it better. And you either jump the fence or you hurt one of the characteristics that the car has, trying to help the front end, and you hurt the rear more.
Jamie?
How about the 54 of Ty Gibbs coming off 2 straight top 10 finishes here in his rookie season, running 10th right now. And I talked to Chris Gale, his crew chief, and he said, you know, the finishes have been great. Our execution has not been great. We need to get better at executing our races from top to bottom, and it starts here at Richmond. Remember, Ty won an Xfinity race here last year. They felt like they would be pretty good, and so far execution has been good. And their changes have certainly been good to the 54 guys.
You know, Mike, people ask me all the time headed into the season of expectations of a rookie in the Cup Series, and I say run all the laps, because you know the longest distance between 2 points is between the Xfinity garage and the Cup garage.
There's Ty Gibbs on that list of Xfinity fastest laps. In fact, the first 3 are all Toyotas, Bell, Truex, and Gibbs. Well, Gibbs was rash and kind of brash in winning that Xfinity championship last year. But you're right, he is making a believer out of people as a rookie in the Cup season. He's done a very good job in this early season.
Starting to pick up lap traffic for the first time with these leaders. It's going to be interesting who can get through these lappers the best and who has that maneuverability in their race car. One of them that I'm looking at is, you know, Bowman. We talked about him not being able to take off. But Alex Bowman's coming on this long run. His car's very fast in the long run. Doesn't surprise me with the struggle he had taken off.
And Jamie McMurray, who are you looking at on this long run?
Well, yeah, guys, now is where we're going to see who has the long run car, who does the longest green flag run of the day. And I'm with Clint. Alex Bowman looks good. Christopher Bell. Those guys continuously seem to be about a tenth and a half quicker than what the leaders are. The other thing that stuck out to me is that Larson tracked down William Byron. It was about a tenth of a second quicker, but as soon as he passed him, it seemed like Byron picked up on a few things, maybe a line and entry. And Clint, one thing about this track is that overdrive and entry is something that you do a lot as a leader, but when you have a rabbit to gauge off of, you're able to, judge that entry a little bit easier.
Yeah, certainly. So, here you go, Larry.
Chris Buescher will be the first driver on the pit road. About a third of the way through stage 2 right now, so maybe looking at a 2-stop strategy for the 17 of Buescher. We'll see if that'll bring anybody else in. It's been about 38 laps since the last pit stop for these teams, which was during the caution flag early in the stage for Josh Berry spinning. Denny Hamlin, Daniel Suarez on track battling for 8th place. Hamlin to the outside of the 99. Nice looking Quaker State paint scheme on Suarez this week. I think he'll be running that car at Atlanta this year also. So I've always been a fan of the Quaker State paint schemes. Honestly, Casey Kane had that with his Hendrick number 5 a couple different times. And then I remember Matt DiBenedetto ran it a couple times, as well as Paul Menard at Kentucky. Little hit, bump and run move being made. Bubba Wallace moved up the racetrack. Couldn't tell who got into him. I think it might have been Ryan Blaney in the 12. So Blaney pulling the old bump and run on his best friend. And Blaney up inside the top 15 now. Struggling in the early going of today's race. It's not one of his better racetracks, despite the fact he does have 3 top 10 finishes in his last 3 races here. They're on a side-by-side commercial break as of right now. Larson was able to pull ahead to about a 1.6 second lead, even with the lap traffic coming into play for the first time this afternoon. Chastain's been running a little bit quicker lap times than Byron, but not quite as quick as Larson out in front of the field. And Bell not too far behind the one of Chastain yet as well. Corey Freed, thanks for tuning in. Appreciate everybody watching the stream here in the early going. Be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Our goal is to get to 4,000 subscribers on the channel today, so be sure to subscribe if you haven't already. We're a little less than 50 away as of right now. We started the stream 64 subscribers away, so definitely hit the like button and most importantly, subscribe. But as far as the likes go, our goal was 200 likes for this race today. We're at 122 already, and we are still 60 laps shy of the halfway mark, so we should get there and obliterate it. Who knows? Maybe we can get to 300 today. That'd be awesome. Appreciate the support you guys give me on a weekly basis with these live commentary streams. We'll have live commentary next weekend for Dirt Bristol for the Truck and the Cup Series. Saturday night for the Truck Series on FS1, and on the main Fox network you can watch the live commentary stream that we're going to have as well on the channel, obviously, but on the main Fox for Dirt Bristol next Sunday. Usually go live about a half hour, 45 minutes before the race starts, so I'll have those start times for you for next week's streams after the race today. I think the truck race starts at 8, but I'm not entirely sure on that. Same for the Cup on Sunday. Larson now with just over a 2-second lead over William Byron. Chastain is still within about 0.3 of a second of the 24. Josh Berry just hit pit road as well. Waiting to see on if some of these leaders will come onto pit road anytime soon. AJ Allmendinger just going a lap down, as well as his teammate Chandler Smith. Just an update. So we know Chris Buescher was the first car to hit pit road. Because that was the case, he is 2 laps down right now, but he was also at the tail end of the lead lap when he pitted in 34th. The last lap Buescher ran was a 24.3. Larson's last lap was a 24.9. So there's an advantage there. I think it'll be even more of an advantage, though, if the faster cars pit early versus the slower cars. But I'd imagine it'll be a two-stop strategy for Buescher. I think the big thing for Buescher, they're just trying to stay on the lead lap to the end of the stage, so that might be why they're going with two stops. Versus if we saw two stops from the front of the field, we're going to see them maybe trying to win the stage or capitalize on even more stage points than what they would get if they were to go one stop versus two. Chastain has caught William Byron through the lap traffic as Byron is stuck behind the 16 of AJ Allmendinger. Chastain going to the outside. Though as he does that, the 20 of Christopher Bell going to sneak to the inside of Chastain for third. Byron still can't pull alongside the 16 of Allmendinger in the middle of the corner. This is allowing Larson to really get away now as there are three cars under a blanket battling for position. Chastain almost into the back of the 16 car off of turn 4 now. Christopher Bell trying to use Allmendinger as a pick to clear the one. Allmendinger going way up high, 3 wide in the center of the corner to be back to side by side off the exit between the 1 and the 20. Bell got a little loose off the exit of turn 2, couldn't stay alongside the 1 into 3 that time. He'll still get by AJ Allmendinger through 3 and 4, but now is about a car length behind Chastain in 4th place still. And Alex Bowman now closing in on these 3 cars ahead of him as he's about 2 car lengths behind Bell. About halfway through stage 2. Kyle Larson in the lead by 2.5 seconds over William Byron in second. Ross Chastain in third, 2.9 seconds off the lead. Christopher Bell is in fourth, 3.2 seconds off the lead. And then Alex Bowman fifth, 3.5 seconds off the lead. So it's a tight battle, second through fifth right now, but Larson really pulling away over the long run. Byron led at the beginning of the stage after winning stage 1. Larson ran him down after about 30 to 40 laps into the stage. And now taking control of things here in the middle portion of the race. Fox heading to yet another commercial break here. We're going to take a quick break ourselves once again as you're watching the Toyota Owners 400 live on KRC today. Again, be sure to vote. You have about 80 laps before the voting poll closes for who you think will win today's race. That will be our fan vote for today. Kyle Busch leading the vote still at 32%. He's been outside the top 10 most of the day, though, so might want to maybe switch your vote. William Byron at 24%, still at second. Larson leads 16%, and then other at 28%. I've noticed, so whenever Kyle Busch is in the voting poll, ever since he won at Auto Club, and even that day at Auto Club, you guys voted for Kyle Busch. So I think it's becoming more polarizing that you guys are probably going to take Busch every week, regardless of the fact. I think there's a lot of bias in there. Update on the Spotlight drivers right now, middle of stage 2. Must-have picks in the pre-race of Chastain, Bell, and Bowman, all in the top 5, running 3rd through 5th. The other driver would be Kevin Harvick, up to 11th from the restart. He's just outside the top 10, but was running top 5 well before that. And then the 2 don't have picks outside the top 10 right now of Tyler Reddick and Joey Logano. Reddick back at 20th, really struggling in stage 2, as well as Logano at 23rd. They're stuck back in traffic after the restart. And then Chris Buescher on a 2-stop strategy. He is back at 32nd, but he has already pitted once in this stage. He's a lap down. Before that, he was at the tail end of the lead lap, though. There are 24 cars on the lead lap as of right now. Justin Haley, the last of those. First car lap down as we run. In 25th is Corey LaJoie. Kathy Smith, thanks for tuning into the stream as well. Tim Brown, welcome. I haven't shouted you guys out already. Still just over 200 people watching. Like and subscribe again for more daily NASCAR content on the channel. I'll actually check the start times on next week's races while they're on the commercial break right now, and I can't really give you guys commentary. I would imagine we might see pit stops on the other side of this. We're halfway through the stage right now. Kind of surprised nobody else has tried to pit yet. I think it's because of how the race has played so far with a few cautions in the early going. Not used to seeing that at Richmond in recent years. So these pit crews and crew chiefs trying to more or less play the flow of the race more so than previous races here at Richmond when it comes to the strategy. So our Cup Series live... Oh, okay, that's at 7. So our Cup Series live commentary stream next week will start at 6:30 on Sunday. I thought the race started at 8. It actually starts at 7. So 6:30 for next week's Dirt Bristol race. 6:30 is when our live commentary will start. And then the truck race is still at 8 o'clock on Saturday. So Truck Series live commentary stream next week for Dirt Bristol on the channel will start at 8. And then the Cup race at 6:30 on Sunday. Eastern Standard Times, of course. Just subscribe. Appreciate that.
Fellas back in the studio keep track of the race.
Michael McDowell coming on the pit road.
We just saw Tyler Reddick on pit road, Larry.
Yeah, this is...
Tyler Reddick just pitted also.
Truex in the 19 there. This is making it that one-stop race right there. One stop during this stage.
You nailed it. Here they all come. Truex.
Martin Truex Jr. also in. Logano coming in. Kyle Busch is on pit road. Daniel Suarez is on pit road.
He's like, on takeoff, I feel like, all right, we got it, we're where we need to be. And then it just gets numb and it falls off. So more changes here, air pressure for Kyle Busch. And you see the chassis adjustment there.
Christopher Bell getting 4.
Comes Kyle Larson, 5. He's our leader. Could not sit out there and watch these guys come in and get these 4 fresh tires.
Chastain as well. Back to Regan.
Ross Chastain, this whole run has been managing his rear tires. It's been an issue for them all day long. He's trying to fix it from the driver's seat and keep those tires underneath him better. Jamie?
Larson been pretty good here. No complaints on the 5 car. Just 4 tires here. William Byron, same thing.
Oh, contact on pit road. Suarez and Larson, race leader, going to have a slow stop, and this is going to allow the 24 and the 1 to close the gap.
Suarez having to back up to get
Luckily, all the pit crew members were okay there. Suarez also in the top 10, going to cost him some time.
Continue. Here's Eric Almirola again. Eric Jones, Justin Haley finishing up. Cody Ware, Austin Cindric to pit road. So as you see on the pylon to the left, only 4 drivers have been out there since lap 65 or 6 now, as Hamlin cycles to the lead for the first time today.
Yeah, I don't see these drivers running very much longer because they're giving up so much time to these 4 fresh tires.
I guess you're just giving yourself an opportunity to see if that caution comes out with somebody slipping up, getting on the pit road, somebody's mishap there. If it doesn't come out, you're going to see them coming to pit road pretty quick because you're giving up a ton of time.
Yeah, right now we only have 8 drivers still on the lead lap with those guys not pitting yet.
But they are giving up 1.25 seconds to the other cars that have been up front every lap. Austin Dillon in. Here comes Ryan Blaney. And they're the first and second place cars. 2 of the Gibbs Toyotas for Denny Hamlin and Ty Gibbs. Meanwhile, everybody else is flying around out there on new tires.
Well, and Denny Hamlin, he continues to stay out, but I will never, ever second guess his crew chief, Chris Gabehart, because he laid the gauntlet a year ago.
Ryan Blaney's going to have a pit road penalty as the wedge adjuster was still in the car. A couple crew members fell over trying to yank it out as he was leaving his pit box. So Blaney going to have to come back in. Ty Gibbs is on pit road and Denny Hamlin on his way in as well.
And here comes Hamlin to pit road. Finally, at lap 166, Regan.
Like a couple runs ago, Denny Hamlin was fighting a race car that was turning too good. They had gotten that fixed. He felt like he was really happy with it. One run ago, a little tight in the center, but now this run, he lost the entry and exit. The car got way too free.
Ryan Blaney takes the black flag for that wedge wrench still in the rear window.
So Kyle Larson has cycled back to the race lead, but he's only got a half a second advantage. It was over 2 seconds, actually over 2.5 seconds. But because of that contact with Suarez on pit road, that cost him a lot of time. Blaney serving his penalty now for the wedge adjuster still being in the car. They have pulled that out, and now back and away he'll go. So this will drop the 12 lap down, maybe 2 down with this being a short track. We'll go through the full field running order then after the cycling of green flag pit stops. Again, Kyle Larson, your race leader, 0.4 of a second ahead of William Byron in second. Christopher Bell has cycled up to third, Alex Bowman fourth, and Ross Chastain's fallen back to fifth. Martin Truex Jr. in sixth, Josh Berry in seventh, Chris Buescher eighth, Brad Keselowski ninth, Tyler Reddick 10th, Ryan Preece in 11th, Kevin Harvick 12th, Denny Hamlin 13th, Kyle Busch 14th, Chase Briscoe in 15th, Ty Gibbs in 16th, 17th is Todd Gilliland, Bubba Wallace 18th, Michael McDowell 19th, Joey Logano 20th, Eric Almirola 21st, Harrison Burton 22nd, Ty Dillon 23rd, Daniel Suarez 24th, Austin Dillon 25th, 26th is Corey LaJoie, 27th is Justin Haley, Chandler Smith 28th, AJ Allmendinger 29th, Austin Cindric is 30th, Ryan Blaney 31st now, Eric Jones 32nd, Anthony Alfredo 33rd, 34th is Noah Gragson, Cody Ware 35th, J.J. Yeley 36th, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 37th, rounding out the field.
Contact. And here's Larson and Byron. 1-2 once again after the pit stop cycle is completed.
And Larson pitted 1 lap later than William Byron did under that green flag cycle.
Yeah, but he had a lot of time with that mishap right there. You know, that's where William Byron gained on him, the reason he's on that rear bumper of his. Not to mention if the damage hurt the performance of that thing.
So now 23 cars on the lead lap back to Daniel Suarez. So they were trying to make a wedge adjustment on Ryan Blaney's car. Here's Larry and the Toyota Cutaway car with more.
Yeah, you hear Jamie and Regan reporting all the time. This team's taking wedge in, this team's taking wedge out. Let's go to our Toyota Cutaway car. Let's talk about the rear wedge adjustment. It can happen in 2 different places. On the left rear of the car, on the right rear of the car. You can crank down on either one of those jack boats, or you can back off, and that's either taking wedge in or wedge out. But how it works now with the coilover spring is you're pushing or pulling all. Now, if you put more pressure on the left rear, that puts wedge in to tighten it up. If you put pressure down on the right rear, that takes wedge out. That's if your car's too tight, and that's not what you want to have. That wrench needs to come back out, or you're going to have that penalty like Ryan Blaney did.
That's a good point, Larry. They were actually putting wedge in that car as a rounded wedge. They were trying to get in. It tells me Ryan Blaney's loose out there. They got it tightened up. He just had to come back in so they could get the wrench back. Valiant effort by those guys. So not only did the changer, you know, he tried to grab it, and when the carrier saw that he couldn't grab it, he tried as well. That's having each other's back out there, looking after one another.
Kevin Harvick currently 12th. Hamlin inside, Preece outside. Just ahead. And looking back at that group from Denny Hamlin.
Fox heading to a commercial break. 55 laps to go still in stage 2. Kyle Larson with a 0.3 of a second lead over William Byron in second. Christopher Bell third, 1.5 seconds off the lead. Alex Bowman in fourth, 2.4 seconds off the lead. And then Ross Chastain is in fifth, 3.3 back. Martin Truex Jr. in sixth place, 3.5 back. 9.7 seconds off the lead is Brad Keselowski in seventh. Denny Hamlin 8th, 13.4 seconds back. Josh Berry in ninth, 13.9 seconds back, and then Kevin Harvick is in 10th, 14.6 seconds off the race lead. Spotlight drivers up to this point: Alex Bowman, Ross Chastain, Christopher Bell, 3rd through 5th still of the must-have picks. Predicted at the very least to finish in the top 10. Kevin Harvick now back in the top 10 to 10th. So he is also there. So 4 for 4 so far. Chris Buescher is... Gotta find him. He pit again? I think Buescher made his second stop already. Yep. So he was on a 2-stop strategy. He just pitted his second time. He's in 34th. I was going to say he was just behind Berry. Berry also on that same strategy hasn't pitted the second time yet. He's still in the top 10. So 34th is where Buescher runs, and then the two don't have picks of Joey Logano and Tyler Reddick still on the lead lap, but both outside the top 10. Reddick in 13th, Logano 18th. You have about 50 laps to try to cast your vote in the community tab for who you think will win today's race. Kyle Busch leads the voting poll after 290 votes have so far been cast at 32%. Other at 28%, 24% for William Byron, and Kyle Larson at 16% of the votes. Again, end of stage 2 is when we will end that. And again, be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content, live commentary coverage every weekend for the NASCAR Truck, Xfinity, and Cup Series. We are less than 40 subscribers away from 4,000. That was our goal at the start of the stream today. That was really the goal going into yesterday's streams, was to get to 4,000 by the end of the weekend, and we're very close. So subscribe if you haven't done so already. Appreciate the support you guys give me. It allows me to keep doing these streams going forward every time you tune in. And hit the like button, subscribe. Like to continue to do this. I had a lot of fun watching these races with you guys and giving you guys my best commentary possible. All in the hopes of hopefully one day getting into the booth down the road. Dakota Roser, thanks for tuning into the stream. Philip Moore, welcome in as well. Some of the newcomers in the chat. Brett Whitesides, Daniel Powers, welcome. Pick Byron to win. That's a good pick. He is looking fast. Top 2, him and Larson so far. Average race speed currently at 90.4 miles per hour. We have had 4 cautions to this point, 2 for incident. The Campiello at lap 30, and then the stage caution at lap 70. William Byron still in the most laps so far with 98 laps led. Kyle Larson with 55 laps led and counting as he still leads. Alex Bowman led 8 laps towards the beginning of the race. Kyle Busch led the opening lap. Chastain has led 16, and Hamlin has led 6. Hamlin's 6 laps led were during the during the green flag pit stops. So that's the only reason he's really led today. He's been in the back half of the top 10 for most of the day and is currently still at 8th. Ever since the green flag pit stops, though, Larson and Byron have been within a half a second of each other this entire time. Bell has also been within 2 seconds, but doesn't seem like Bowman and Chastain are able to keep up with those top 3 cars anymore. Chastain lost a couple spots after a slow stop on pit road during the green flag pit stops because he was in 3rd, right behind William Byron, but lost 2 positions back to 5th. Chris Buescher on fresher tires going to get a lap back on Kyle Larson. He was 2 laps down on this strategy, so he's got to make 1 more lap up in the next 44 laps. We still may see everybody else pit 1 more time before the end of stage 2. We'll have to wait and see, though. It would be risky if you are in the back half of the drivers on the lead lap, because you may not get that lap back for the end of the stage. But if you do, the hope would be to obviously gain more positions than everybody else who's staying out. Josh Berry on the 2-stop strategy also pitted during the commercial break, so he's back to 29th again. Also 2 laps down with Buescher. Should say 1 lap down, because he was ahead of Buescher still. And our goal of 200 likes on the stream as well. We're at 136 right now. Updating that. 42 laps to go yet in stage 2. And the fastest lap of the race to this point is still William Byron with a 23 flat. Haven't seen anybody in the 22-second lap barrier yet. Drivers who have ran their fastest lap since the green flag pit stops would include Ryan Preece, Bubba Wallace, Eric Almirola, Austin Dillon, Harrison Burton, Justin Haley, Corey LaJoy, Eric Jones as well, with none of those drivers in the top 10. Preece is someone to look out for, though, if he can get track position. He's been stuck 11th through 15th most of the day. If he can have a good restart going for himself, I think he could end up getting a top 10 finish. He's like the mid-race sleeper pick. OJ and Toothpaste 2, thanks for tuning in. And we are down to 21 cars on the lead lap. Austin Dillon's the first one a lap down. Martin Truex Jr. has just passed Chastain and Bowman to move up to 4th during the break as well.
Off and kept going.
Yeah, we were looking down on the grid, Clint, how coarse the rail wire is. I mean, big openings, and again, you can't put any tape, but it's probably not going to go any further than that radiator ductwork right there.
Yeah, and everybody's a little bit different in that. That's something that's a little, open, if you will, from team to team, manufacturer to manufacturer. But some of those holes, they're almost, over an inch big.
For the lead, Byron is back as they lap past Noah Gragson.
It's a hard thing for the leader in Larson. Catching these lappers, they're fighting to stay on that lead lap. Make it harder and harder for the lead lap guy. That leader, he has the workload on him, and it gives the second place guys and everybody behind him opportunities to run him down. Role will be reversed here soon.
Battle for the race lead between Kyle Larson and William Byron. Byron on the inside of the 5 holding him tightly. The 42 of Noah Gregson's last car, the lead lap. Right in front of the leaders, he is slowing Larson up in the outside. Byron trying to use that 42 as a pick to get by Kyle Larson. Not able to clear him yet. As they continue to run side by side, though, Christopher Bell is now less than a second off the lead in 3rd. So Larson getting held up in lap traffic. This is definitely getting interesting in the middle of stage 2. Byron almost clear off the exit of the corner that time. Larson still staying on the outside of the 24. Larson's car looks a little bit looser than what it did earlier in this race. Byron almost clear off turn 4 again. Now he is. Larson may have had to lift a bit off of turn 4. So William Byron will retake the race lead now in stage 2. Bell has caught the back of Kyle Larson off turn 2 as he is hounding him for second. And Martin Truex Jr. less than 2 seconds off the lead, closest he's been to the front of the field in 4th. Alex Bowman, Ross Chastain now battling for 5th place further back as well. Bell on the inside of Larson for 2nd place. Try not to let the 24 Byron pull too far away from the 5 and the 20. But Larson may have went the wrong way with an adjustment during those green flag pit stops, as well as obviously had that contact with Suarez, which costed him about 2 seconds of his lead during the green flag stops as well. Side-by-side commercial break for Fox. We'll stay right here. We're officially halfway. 200 laps complete, 200 laps still to go in the Toyota Owners 400 at Richmond Raceway for the NASCAR Cup Series. Gregson was actually 1 lap down already in front of the leader, so he was trying not to go 2 laps down. Tyler Reddick, Daniel Suarez on screen battling for 17th place. Christopher Bell putting on a pretty good run, probably his best in the early going of the season so far. One car all the way up near the outside wall in turns 1 and 2. A couple of them going to get underneath. That might have been Chris Buescher running that line on fresher tires. The only way he can get around cars, it seems like. Chase Briscoe also up there near the wall as he battles Ryan Blaney for position. Blaney got to clear him. I should say that's for position because Blaney ended up having to go a lap down. He's trying to fight his way to get to the free pass spot. Had that black flag for the wedge adjuster in the back of the car during his green flag pit stop when he left his pit box. So he had to come back onto pit road to take that wedge adjuster out. His crew did. And has left him back at 28. Not sure exactly what happened to Austin Cindric, who started in the top 10 today, but he is also back with Blaney at 27, so I don't know if he maybe had a speeding penalty or something during the green flag stops, but not looking good. Logano 15th, not a great day for Penske. Denny Hamlin caught past Ross Chastain. Biggest rivals in NASCAR today, battling for 6th on the track. Hamlin passed him on the outside pretty cleanly. Chastain's starting to fade over the course of this long run. He was fading a little bit before the green flag stops, but not as bad as he is now. Track has to be changing quite a bit, you'd imagine, with this being by far the longest green flag run of the day. If we go green to the end of the stage, it would be right around a 135-lap green flag run. We know we're guaranteed at least one more caution with that stage break. We're 26 laps away from that moment happening. Belinda Leverett, thanks for tuning in. Bell has caught Byron through heavy lap traffic now in front of the 24. They're battling on screen for the race lead. Down into turn 1 with about 24 to go yet in the stage. Bell running the middle groove. 2 lap cars are side by side in front of Byron at the tail end of the lead lap. That would be Harrison Burton. And he makes contact to look like with the 43 of Eric Jones as well. Bell to the outside of Byron. More contact between Jones and Burton. Gregson's still on the outside as well. It is a mess in front of the leaders. Byron goes up the racetrack a little bit as he got tight behind the 21 car. Christopher Bell gets into the back of the 21, and Burton got loose in front of the leaders, hangs on to it. Tightly door-to-door as Bell and Byron. Burton goes up the track trying to give the leaders a little bit of room. He'll go a lap down now, and Bell to the lead. Not quite clear, but he did lead his first lap that time. Now blocks Byron to the bottom into turn 1. Slides back up the racetrack, and Willie B back to the inside of the 20 off the exit of turn 2 as Bell overdrove the corner. Byron has struggled to get by Gregson, who has been running the outside near the wall as of late. I think he might have slightly fresher tires, which is the result of them not being able to pass. And Martin Truex Jr. got by Larson for 3rd during the break, is now closing in on Byron and Bell for the lead. Top 3 within 0.6 of a second of each other, just over halfway through this race. Very late right now at stage 2. Playoff point on the line for whoever wins this stage, of course. Eric Jones is also 1 lap down, just like Gregson. So those guys are trying not to go 2 laps down. On their strategy call, they pitted an extra time in this stage. So they have slightly fresher tires, which is why Byron was not able to get around them. Bell caught Byron, and now Bell's having troubles trying to get around those 2 cars. A chance for Larson and Hamlin to really close the gap. Denny Hamlin, since the green flag pit stops, has been one of the fastest cars on the racetrack. He battles Kyle Larson to the outside now for 4th place off the exit of turn 4. Kind of got by Bowman in a hurry. Hamlin now up to 4th as he clears the 5. So the Toyotas, who are nowhere to be found at stage 1, are now running with 3 of them, all JGR Toyotas in the top 4. And then Ty Gibbs is also in the top 10 in 10th place in the 54 for Joe Gibbs Racing. Both the 2311 Toyotas, though, struggling, of Reddick and Bubba Wallace, both outside the top 10. It is the Toyota Owners 400 after all, so maybe it's no surprise that we have 1 leading and then 2 more, 3rd and 4th. JGR versus Hendrick here today is what it's looking like. Hendrick Motorsports looking fast in the beginning, but the Joe Gibbs Toyotas have definitely caught and maybe surpassed them on speed in the middle portion of the race. Paradox of Crota, thanks for tuning in. Eric Jones and Noah Gregson, remember, our teammates. Bell going to try to go up the middle, 3 wide between the 43 and the 42. Now, he wasn't quite 3 wide because the 42 was still in front of him. It's going to be tough for Bell to try to pass Jones on the outside lane. Jones is protecting the bottom. Byron and Truex battle for 2nd. Now Bell's 3 wide in between the 42 and the 43 going into turn 3. Things will fan out, and then it'll get tight off the exit of the corner. He's hoping to just clear one of those cars. His best chance is going to be clearing the car on the bottom, and he does. He's still alongside the 42. Now Byron and Truex have to get by. Truex got loose off turn 4, and Byron pulled ahead from the 19 a couple car lengths. Denny Hamlin has caught the leaders. He is running the fastest laps on the track at a 25.0 that last lap. 10th quicker than Bell, who leads. 2/10 quicker than Truex. And about 3/10 quicker than Byron. 15 to go yet. Stage 2. Tight battle with the top 4. It was the top two, and then Truex and Hamlin closed in, and Hamlin now quickly to the inside of his teammate Martin Truex Jr. Eric Jones is still blocking the 24 of William Byron, and this is allowing Bell to get away from the 24, but he's going to have to hold off the hard-charging 11 of Denny Hamlin as he quickly gets by Truex through 3 and 4 for third. Chastain and Bowman battling for sixth on racetrack as well. A point on the line with those guys in the final 15 laps of the stage. Chastain almost into the back of Austin Dillon off the exit of turn 2. Easily clears Bowman, though. Bell going to put Tyler Reddick a lap down in 20th place. Reddick just not looking as good as he did at the start. He was in the top 5 in stage 1. Got passed by Logano at the end of the stage. Finished 6th in stage 1. Had 5 points. Stage 2. He has dropped like a rock. Bubba Wallace actually up at 11. By far, Reddick is the slowest Toyota on the racetrack. It's crazy that the other ones are in the top 11, and he's a lap down in 20th right now, getting lapped by the Toyotas at the front. Hamlin looking to the inside of Byron for second through turns 3 and 4. Lap car in the way of Jones still on the inside. Hamlin has to ride in line behind Byron this time into turns 1 and 2. Hamlin a wider groove on the entry. Byron on the bottom on the yellow line. Noah Gragson in the 42 car on the outside of the 24 is not going to allow Byron to get a good corner exit. Hamlin looking to the outside of the 24 again. Christopher Bell trying to put another car lap down. A lot of blocking going on in front of the 20. Couldn't tell who that is that's battling him. I think it's Todd Gillen in the 38. Hamlin now to the outside of the 24. Josh Berry on fresher tires behind both of them is going to go to the inside. Hamlin, though, quickly clears the 24 before Berry could get there. 3 wide now. Byron on the outside of the 45 and the 9 getting into turns 3 and 4. And Truex is back on the attack of Byron. Truex got held up behind another Toyota, though, of Reddick, who got loose in front of him off turn 4. Had to back out of the gas to keep it off the 45. And lost Byron by a couple car lengths again. Hamlin finally clears the 42 of Gregson. He still got Berry in his rearview mirror. And he is about 1.3 seconds off his teammate Christopher Bell for the lead. 10 to go, stage 2. Can Hamlin catch Bell? Kyle Larson's fallen all the way back to 7th. Keselowski just passed him for 6th. And Alex Bowman now looking to the outside of the 5. Larson was leading following the green flag pit stops and was leading at the beginning of stage 2 as well. But they have went the wrong way with an adjustment or something happened to that 5 car that the balance is off. He's been very, very loose. And he has lost 5 spots since those pit stops. Hamlin has gained 12 positions since his green flag stop. Logano up 17 as well. And he is still on the lead lap in 16th place. He's recovered quite a bit. Should remain on the lead lap to the end of the stage. Leaders are still about 6 seconds or so behind them with 7 to go. Keselowski now catching up to Ross Chastain, who's stuck behind the 45 of Tyler Reddick. He's lost a lot of ground already after getting lapped a handful of laps ago. Hamlin has cut the lead down to 9/10 of a second. Hamlin was 3/10 quicker than Tyler Reddick that last lap. He is going to get to him. Can he pass him, though? Reddick way up the racetrack. No contact from Keselowski. Just lost the nose of the car. Burton gets by him for position. Todd Gillen's in the free pass spot right now in 20th. Josh Berry just unlapped himself on race leader Christopher Bell with those fresher tires, so it looks like his strategy will work out. 2 stops remains that 9 car on the lead lap. Bowman passes Kyle Larson on track for 7th. A lot of movement inside the top 10 position-wise over the last 20 laps or so. As good as the racing has been all day. Four to go. Stage 1. Hamlin, 2 car lengths off the back bumper of Christopher Bell. Bell's car's moving around a lot more than Hamlin's off the exit of the corner. That 11 looks a lot more stable. Remember, Denny Hamlin had actually pitted a lot later than everybody else, and I think he's got slightly fresher tires as a result, which has allowed him to dice his way through the field. And that's why he has gained 12 spots since his pit stop. Hamlin to the inside of Bell. Side by side for the lead. 3 to go in the stage. Bell on the outside. Hamlin lifted. Almost made contact with his teammate. Hamlin's probably got about 10 lap fresher tires than Christopher Bell. Bell struggles on the entry into turn 1 that time. Overdrove it. Front of the car. Up the hill. Hamlin back to the bumper of the 20 again. Into turns 3 and 4. Bell protects the bottom. Up the track he goes. Hamlin gets the drive off. Cuts underneath again. Side by side off turn 4 for the second straight time. Hamlin leads that lap at the line. Not clear of the 20 car yet. He's going to look to clear him off of turn 2. He's been accelerating a lot quicker. And he will clear Christopher Bell to clean pass. Lap and a half to go now, stage 2 for Hamlin. Bell charging hard, trying to keep up with him, but he doesn't have the tire advantage that Hamlin has. Strategy call from Chris Gabehart, staying out a little bit longer than the leaders, will pan out. He leads with 1 lap to go in stage 2. Great call. And that'll be interesting to see how many drivers will try the same strategy Hamlin tried in the final stage. That's the only thing you have to wonder is, did that 11 team show their cards a little early? They know it's going to work. You'd imagine they're going to stick with that strategy now the rest of the way, but how many other cars will go there with him? Denny Hamlin will win stage 2. Christopher Bell will end up 2nd. William Byron 3rd. Martin Truex Jr. 4th. And Ross Chastain will finish 5th in stage 2. Brad Keselowski 6th. Alex Bowman 7th. Kyle Larson in 8th. Kevin Harvick 9th. And Ty Gibbs will round out the top 10, all receiving stage points there. And looking at the stats here for Denny Hamlin, I believe that's his first stage win of the year. Yes, it is. Just confirming that. So that will be the first stage win of the season for Denny Hamlin. We'll end the poll in the chat now. 315 votes have been casted. You guys say Kyle Busch will win today's race at 32%. 27% for other, and then the 2 Hendrick Chevys that dominated the first half of the race started losing it towards the end of stage 2 of William Byron and, there it is. William Byron and Kyle Larson. Byron at 23%, Larson at 17%. But Busch wins the poll. 316 votes. Appreciate everybody for voting. Of those 316 votes, though, only 155 of you have hit the like button. So be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you haven't already. We're trying to get to 4,000 subscribers on the channel before the end of the stream. And trying to get to 200 likes by the end of the stream as well. We're 45 away there. And we are just at the conclusion of stage 2. Todd Gillen will get the free pass at 20th during the stage break. Caution was big for Michael McDowell, who was the last car in the lead lap just in front of the leaders of Hamlin and Bell. And again, Denny Hamlin gets his first stage win of the year. Let me check how many subscribers we're at. We are 28 subscribers away. 28 subs away right now from 4,000, so be sure to like and subscribe if you haven't yet. And because we're at the end of stage 2, give a diecast showing off at the end of stage 2 during all live commentary streams for all the series. Had a couple of Greg Biffle diecasts yesterday, a Busch Series diecast that I did find out is from 2002, and then also a Cup Series diecast from 2012 as well, 3M diecast for Greg Biffle. I've got another Roush Fenway diecast. This one is a lot older. It's a Gen 4 car. It's not Greg Biffle. It's in fact Kurt Busch, and it was from his championship-winning season in 2004. It's an Irwin Tools paint scheme. One of my favorite, paint schemes, honestly, were the Irwin Tools scheme. Both him and Jamie McMurray had some good cars. Even Christopher Bell's ran a nice-looking Irwin Tools scheme. It was basically the same all the way through the years, but I just always liked the blue and yellow schemes. I feel like yellow gold numbers, gold lettering just pops really good on a blue car. Also, I'm a Michigan Wolverines fan, so that probably has a lot to do with it too. There is definitely a little bit of bias, but yep, Ford Taurus here for Kurt Busch, 97 for Roush, and you can see the decal on the deck lid of the race car as well. NASCAR Nextel Cup Series champion 2004, so it is a championship-winning diecast for Kurt. Can't remember exactly what race I got this at, and oddly enough, they have Kurt Busch in the Fox Studios back in Charlotte with Jamie McMurray and Shannon Spake. So, not the reason why I have the diecast, but it gives me a reason, I guess, for why I have a Kurt Busch diecast for you guys for the showing today. This is the only Kurt Busch diecast I have. It was either this one or the Jamie McMurray 26. I think I got this at Bristol last year for the dirt race. Potty break. I'm feeling good, actually, so no break for me here. We'll keep the coverage going. We'll have pit stops during the Stage 2 break coming up. Crews on the wall waiting for their teams to come into the pits. During the Stage 2 break, this could be the final caution. We had a 135-lap green flag run to the end of Stage 2 there. 170 laps in the final stage, we'll see. It's reversed from the Xfinity race yesterday where we had a lot of green flag racing in the first pretty much 225 laps, final 25 laps. We had 3 cautions back to back to back. Cup race at the start of today, we had a lot of cautions at the beginning, and now we're getting the green flag racing here towards the end. Roles reversed. Hamlin leading the field in.
And 2 Fords earned points in Stage 2 as the lead lap cars line up for pit stops. Regan?
Mike, what a recovery for Denny Hamlin. Inside the race car, equally as happy as what we're seeing on the racetrack right now. So he's pretty good through the entire corner. Maybe just needs a little help with looseness into turns 1 and off of turn 4. And Christopher Bell, his race car, way too loose. He says he's not in the racetrack at all, and that's after a second place finish in that stage. Jamie?
Brad Keselowski of the 6, really nice run there. Said the rears stayed with him much better that time. Just lost a little drive at the end of the run. William Byron said he needs the rears to hang on longer. A 4-tire stop here.
9.8 seconds stop for Brad Keselowski, the fastest of those in the top 10. Denny Hamlin still wins the race off of pit road. Bell will lose 2 spots. Chastain will lose 2. Bubba Wallace up 2. Larson down 2. So, a few drivers losing some spots in the top 10. No massive winners on pit road that time. Ryan Preece, I believe, will be in the top 10 for the first time now in this upcoming restart as well. And we will take a quick break here before they come back for the restart. Watching the Toyota Owners 400 at Richmond Raceway live on KRC. Which of the following die-casts does everyone like? The Brad 6 White Gray Castrol, Kaz Grala Pit Viper, Trevor Bain. Oh, definitely the Castrol car. Brad Keselowski, since going to RFK Racing's had some great paint schemes. I personally like the Royal Purple paint scheme better than any of the other ones that they've had. That's my favorite of them, but the Castrol scheme is probably close second. Rutherford Motorsports fan, thanks for tuning in. What happened to the 17? Buescher was on a 2-stop strategy that stage. And I don't know if he was 2 laps down or 1 lap down. At the end of the stage, I think he was 2. Yeah, he was 2 down. So, I think he was like 27th, though, at the start of stage 1, too. So they were trying that maybe in the hopes that they could get back in the lead lap. Now, Josh Berry was around 20th. He tried that same strategy, and he was able to stay in the lead lap, but he's just got a faster car than Buescher. So that's why it worked for Berry to finish on the lead lap still, and Buescher, as a result, ended up... He probably would have been a lap down anyway, but he ended up losing an extra lap because of the strategy call that they made. So it worked out for Berry to stay on the lead lap, but it didn't work out for Buescher to stay 1 lap down. Luck of the draw. I mean, Berry didn't get his lap back till like probably 6 or 7 laps left in the stage, so it was cutting it pretty close, but he was able to get there in time. Alrighty. About to get back to racing here shortly. Final stage will be underway at Richmond. Start of the race, the Hendrick Chevys of William Byron, Kyle Larson picked up where they've kind of left off for all the oval races this season post Auto Club, and that is to just go out and dominate and lead a bunch of laps. Stage 1 was won by William Byron. It was his 5th stage win already in the season. And Byron actually did get more stage points than anybody else in the field today with 18. Chastain was second most with 14. But yeah, it was all Byron and Larson, and then Bowman was top 5. It still finished top 5 at the end of the last stage, but Larson really fell off there towards the end. Byron was able to hold on. Bowman somewhat held on to where he was running right around 5th most of the day. But then the Joe Gibbs Racing Toyotas of Hamlin, Bell, and Truex really started to close that gap over the course of the long run at the end of Stage 2, the longest green flag run we had today. Again, 135 laps. Capitalize on pit strategy for Hamlin's sake, but Truex and Bell just raced their way up there on speed. Hamlin's got speed in the car. He was like 8th most of the day. It'll be interesting, though, if he's actually going to be able to hang on with these cars at the very front of the field. Now that he'll be on equal tires. He had about 10 lap fresher tires at the end of the stage. They stayed out longer during that green flag stop. It worked out well for him. Great call by Chris Gabehart, Denny Hamlin's crew chief. Hamlin will be on the front row for the restart. Inside of row 1, Byron to the outside. Green flag back in the air at Richmond. Hamlin gets the launch. Byron spins his tires. So did Bell on the outside of rows 1 and 2. Hamlin and Truex are both going to be clear. Byron actually holds tightly on the door of the 19 in the middle of 1 and 2. 3 wide with Wallace, Chastain, and Harvick. Harvick the sandwich in that 3 wide battle for about 7th place. Keselowski and Bowman side by side behind Bell, who lost another spot off the restart. Josh Berry up the middle. Maybe slight contact with Kyle Busch off the exit of turn 4. Logano to his outside. An aggressive move by Josh Berry. Bell now put 3 wide between the 6 and the 48. They both get by Christopher Bell on the restart. Bell falling from 4th back to about 6th. If Keselowski can clear him, the 48 already has cleared for 4th. William Byron, who has probably been the fastest on the short runs today, him and Larson. Larson lost a lot of track position at the end of Stage 2. I think he finished 7th in the stage, so he's got a little bit of ground to try to make up. Byron was still 2nd, though, at the end of the stage. He kept the track position, so he is putting a heavy battle right now on Denny Hamlin and Martin Truex Jr. at the front. And Alex Bowman trying to catch up as well. You'd imagine he's got a good short-run car as well, considering it's another Hendrick car that has had good speed today. Josh Berry going to finally clear Kyle Busch and Joey Logano. Logano's still stuck on the outside. Eric Almirola now to his inside. Kyle Busch back at 15th. Berry up to 14th place. Menace, thanks for tuning in. Quick half-second advantage for Hamlin over Byron. Last lap, Byron was about 200ths quicker than the 11. But Hamlin's got the clean air advantage being out in front right now. Will he be able to pull away? Watching the 2008 Spring Richmond race on our Throwback Thursday live stream this weekend. And Hamlin led 380 of 400 laps of that race, believe it or not. I think a lot of people forget about that because Kyle Busch and Dale Jr. kind of stole the show at the end of the race, mainly Kyle Busch for turning Dale Jr. there at the end, overdriving the corner and wiping out the 88. Clint Boyer ended up going on to win, but Hamlin led the first 380 laps, 20 to go. He had a flat tire randomly, so tough break there for him that day. He's obviously won since that day at Richmond in his home state, looking to win again, though, here this afternoon. Chastain blocking Kyle Larson, who was trying to get underneath the 1 and the 6 on the front stretch. Chastain sails it deep into the corner, almost gets into the side of the 6 car. Still got a decent drive off compared to Keselowski, even with Brad on the outside of him the whole way. And Ross Chastain still putting that battle up for 7th place. Kevin Harvick has gained 3 spots since the restart. He is back in the top 5. Remember, he finished 4th at the end of Stage 1, but then they had a extra pit stop during the stage 1 break where they had to re-secure a loose lug nut on the race car. He dropped to the tail end of the lead lap, got his way back in the top 10 before the end of stage 2. They only had one caution in the second stage. It was very early, so a lot of green flag laps for Harvick to catch up, but he had a top 5 car at the start, and now he's back up there once again. Keselowski actually able to clear Ross Chastain despite Ross being a lot closer to clearing the 6 a little bit ago. Larson quickly passes Chastain, and he gets to the inside of Keselowski now for 7th. 150 laps to go at Richmond.
What is this for? Those things have been bulletproof, though. As many shift as we do, Larry, looking back last week in Coda, if you went to a race like that with 20 corners and shifting like they did in years past with that old 4-speed, somebody was going to have transmission trouble.
No doubt.
Whatever Keselowski's doing, it's working. He's holding pace with Kyle Larson as they battle for 7th. And we've got a number of drivers commenting on shifting with this new gearbox.
The new car has changed racing forever, and specifically on the short tracks. You do a lot more shifting, which has to be super precise.
That's been different everywhere, but shifting in a lot of these short tracks now compared to we never would ever think of that.
But the biggest thing is that I think with the shifting has made it more physical. I never thought having to shift at a short track would wear you out more than, driving the race car.
You know, Mike, Clint, when we realized that was going to be a player, was the very first race, the Busch Light Clash at the LA Coliseum a year ago.
Now Chase Briscoe and others downshifting for the corners on a little almost 5th mile track. Harvick has been the best part of the best of the Fords much of the day. As you watch the driver's eye camera from his Hunt Brothers Pizza Ford.
At Kevin, and again, I've been a teammate of Kevin's for a long time. Watching where he's placing his hands. No longer hooking that thumb on the spoke, if you will, of the steering wheel. Takes me to the reason being is this rack and pinion steering. If you're to hit the wall, get into another car, that rack and pinion steering is very strong, doesn't bend, and that can break your wrist or something, break your thumb. We've seen a lot of those, in dirt racing, dirt late models, and asphalt late models as well.
Martin Truex, 2nd place, Regan.
Well, Mike, what a great run for Martin Truex, and this is a team that has needed some steady momentum for them. Last week, a decent run, but it got thrown away at the end when he got spun. Crew Chief James Small told me earlier today that we feel like these next 3 races, including today, we can and will try to win those, and we should be able to win those. Right now, this race car just a little bit too loose in and off the corners, very quiet on there. Otherwise, no complaints about that steering that was a problem earlier.
Denny Hamlin, 2 of the fastest cars on the racetrack. And we got some Hamlin audio here. Or talk about brake shake.
That's a fall off. The speed's falling off. Keeping these cars, making them back the corners up, using less brake as you have less grip with the car, and they run cooler and they start vibrating.
But I think Chris Gabehart just told him we're too far. It's not going to help. All it'll do is maybe slow a pit stop down.
Speaking of pit stops, Chris Buescher just made one. He is on an alternate.
Heading to another break right now. Denny Hamlin is your race leader. 9/10 of a second ahead of Martin Truex Jr. in 2nd place. William Byron is in 3rd. He's 2 seconds off the lead. 2.4 seconds back is Kevin Harvick in 4th. Alex Bowman in 5th is 3.3 seconds back. Christopher Bell is 4.2 seconds off the lead in 6th. Kyle Larson 7th, 5.5 back. Brad Keselowski 8th place, 6.5 back. 6.9 seconds off the lead is Ross Chastain in 9th, and Ryan Preece is 10th, 7.6 seconds off the lead. 139 laps to go, 261 laps complete. We're in the final stage so far. Again, Byron won stage 1, Hamlin won stage 2. Byron has led the most laps so far today with 108 laps led. A lot of comers and goers, though. throughout the end of stage 2 to where we're at now as Hamlin leads. He has currently led 39 laps, third most of any driver so far today. Larson led 67 mostly at the beginning of stage 2 as well. And we have had a total of 6 different leaders. And amongst those 6 leaders, we've had 13 lead changes to this point. 5 cautions, 2 stage breaks, comp yellow, and then 2 cautions for incident. Josh Berry spun off turn 4 off the front bumper of Ryan Blaney at lap 94. And lap 44, Denny Hamlin sent J.J. Yaley into the wall in turn 1. Yaley is still on track with heavy damage, 14 laps down. And then Ricky Stenhouse Jr. also had a mechanical issue while running in the top 5 in the early going of today's race. He is 15 laps down, but still on the racetrack. So everybody that started the race of the 37 still in it, only 20 of which, though, were on the lead lap. Ryan Blaney, currently the first car a lap down, had a black flag during green flag pit stops in the last stage, so he's raced his way to the free pass position for now if we were to get a caution. But obviously, the longer the stage goes, more of a chance we're going to see a lot of those drivers that are on the lead lap right now going a lap down. It's the longest stage of the day, 170 laps. If we go green all the way to the end from this restart, it will be about 25 laps longer than the green flag run that we had at the end of stage 2, leading to the stage end. About 250 people watching on this stream as of right now. Be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Our goal was 200 likes for the stream. We're at 168 right now, so hit the like button. A lot of you watching have not done it yet. Be sure to do so. Helps these streams out a ton. Helps me out a ton. Allows me to keep doing these streams as well as hitting that subscribe button. Currently, our goal was to get to 4,000 subs by the end of the stream today, and we are 26 away. So just 26 away. Only 65, or I should say only 35% of you guys that have watched the channel and these live commentary streams over the last 4 weeks are not subscribed to the channel. I might have said that wrong. 65% of you are not subscribed, 35% of you are. So definitely hit the subscribe button. Appreciate you guys watching every week, though, but hit the subscribe button. Helps you not miss any of the streams, too. Josh Berry should take one for the team and spin Denny. He's falling back off the restart. He's in 17th right now. If Byron or Bowman, or even Larson for that matter, any of the other Hendrick cars can get within contention the later we get into this race, maybe he'll try to hold up the JGR Toyotas to try to allow for Byron or somebody to close in late, but that'd be about the only thing I could see happening. Crowd on hands at Richmond today. Beautiful afternoon, weather-wise. Very windy at the track yesterday, a little warmer temperature, though. Martin Truex Jr. is running down Denny Hamlin over the course of this long green flag run, but those two Toyotas have pulled away from everybody else. Kevin Harvick is up to 4th. He got by Bowman during the commercial break, and now he's battling Byron for 3rd currently.
10th of each other for much of this green flag run, with Truex just about stalking Hamlin for the lead. Not really making a run at him, but not getting more than a few car lengths back either.
Yeah, and the Toyota that's fallen off a little bit lap time-wise, he's still back there in 6th as Christopher Bell in that 20 car right there.
2480s to Hamlin's 2450s. Jamie?
After watching Bubba Wallace in the 23, he's gained 17 positions since the start of the race. He's teetering on that 10th place right now. But he's saying that he has some brake shake, and they've tried to help him. They added tape to the nose, but it's just not helping the shaking problem. They've been able to help the grip overall, but certainly a nice comeback. He was really hard on himself last week, saying that he made a personal mistake and he needs to get better. So having a nice run here for the 23.
XX Larry also welcome into the stream. Chase Briscoe's ran a higher line. Him and Gregson, I've noticed, have ran way higher than anybody else on the racetrack today. Ty Gibbs falling back a little bit. He's back to 14th place right now. He was in the top 10, I believe, at the end of stage 2. He finished 10th. Joey Logano, though, who's trying to make up his track position, has gotten back up to 12th. Now, he was in the top 5 at the end of stage 1. Him and Harvick finished 4th and 5th at stage 1. They had to come on to pit road for a loose lug nut. Obviously, Harvick was able to get himself back to the top 10 at the end of the last stage. Logano was not. Logano really only got up to about 16th, 17th place. He's up to 12th now, just outside the top 10. And Harvick again battling Byron for 3rd on the track, over 3.5 seconds, though, behind the leaders of Hamlin and Truex, who have just been pacing everybody at this point. Honestly, though, since they got out to that 3.5 second lead, the lap times are pretty even within pretty much everybody in the top 5. If anything, Christopher Bell ran the fastest lap, that last lap of anybody in the top 10, of a 24.6, which was about 0.2 quicker than Hamlin and Truex. Bell was leading a lot of laps in that second stage before Hamlin got to the lead after Bell took it away from Byron and Larson, who were dominating the first half of the race today. Hamlin picked it up that last lap to a 24.7, a tenth quicker than the lap he put down before. Truex still stuck in the 24.8, so that allowed Hamlin to pull away another tenth. And Kyle Larson running 24.6s as well as of the last couple of laps. He was quicker than Bell the last couple. Bell back to the 24.7, still a little bit quicker than Hamlin. But Kyle Larson maybe showing a little bit more consistent speed of those in the top 10. When we're comparing lap times between the leaders and the drivers who are not the leaders, but still within striking distance if anything could go their way in the final stage. Will anybody, though, close to the front of the field try a two-stop strategy? We haven't seen anybody in the top 10 try it. We have seen drivers that were further back in the field try it. It worked for Josh Berry to stay on the lead lap to the end of the last stage. It didn't work for Chris Buescher, so maybe if you're within a couple seconds of the leaders, you can maybe try that. I would imagine Hamlin and that 11 team may try to stay out again just like they did the last time. Even though they're the leader, where in the situation they were in stage 2, they were running about 7th, 8th place at the start of the green flag pit stops. Now this run is obviously going to be a little bit longer to the end if we go caution-free compared to stage 2 as well. Not only it's an extra 10 laps in length, but again, we had an early caution in stage 2, so we went about 135 laps. We go about 160 here, so that may bait a lot of drivers, in my opinion, going on 2 stops versus 1 to the end of this race. And we'll see what will end up working out for themselves. A lot of the teams with good crew chiefs at the front of the field. You got Chris Gabehart with Denny Hamlin, James Small with Martin Truex Jr., Kevin Harvick and Rodney Childers, all those guys in the top 4 right now. Hanover Rays, thanks for tuning in.
Confidence and enthusiasm, but man, you get beat up in this sport. You need a good run, and he's certainly got that going right here. Great crowd, good turnaround. Ryan Preece.
They've run well. They just need to start finishing as well as they've been running.
I don't know if they've ran well. Him and Briscoe were outside the top 30 like 3 races in a row on speed.
Atop the pit box for Dave Sapienza, because Sap would have had to go home after the rain out Friday night. He didn't have a pit crew for Saturday. So Preece and the group helped him out.
Surprised they didn't put him in that thing. That's where I'd have had him, not on the box.
We saw Christopher Bell at 20 just go by Kevin Harvick in the 4. That was for 4th. It's almost like Kevin doesn't have the real good super long run speed.
Well, and you're spot on because he caught the 24 of Byron. Talking about Harvick, ran right to the 24, was looking to his outside. Next thing you know, slipped up a little bit. Bell passes him. Gonna need more of those adjustments we're talking about.
Now Larson inside of Harvick for 5th. Larry, that's kind of contrary to Rodney Childers' usual game plan for Harvick, which is to have a good long-run car.
And I go back a year ago, both races last year, when he finished second to Hamlin in the spring and won The August race, that's where their strength was, the long run. But remember, totally different aero package.
Also pitted a little bit early. Got off the sequence a little bit. Everybody pitted on that stage. He stayed out. Got off sequence, got some track position, capitalized on it. That old baby woke up in that clean air. Went off and won the race. You hear him just so soft on that throttle pedal, getting onto the gas, waiting on it a long ways around the corner. Discipline inside that car, with these cars as slick and as loose as this racetrack feels to them. Trying to take care of those tires. If you slip them one lap, you're going to hurt the next.
All right, Larry, we're starting to see teams up on the wall and ready to go to your count at about lap 290 for the early comers.
Yeah, here's A.J. Allmendinger to 16. He's the first one to come in. Of course, he's 2 laps down right now. But again, if he can take advantage of those tires and catch a caution, he might at least get one of them back.
Jamie Mack.
Well, I love the idea of being on the offense and doing it in 3 stops versus 2. And Clint, you and I have talked about this. We have all these tools on the pit box, the crew chiefs do, that tell what's going to make up the best lap time. The factor that they can't put in there is when you stay out and try to do it on 2 stops, the guys that pit go by you so fast that it sucks your car around. And so instead of being able to maintain these 25, 10 lap times, you might slow down a half a second one lap because of how fast they're going by you.
Truex to pit road. Regan.
Mike Martin Truex, one of the first to dive onto pit road. The race car's just been a little too loose, lacking grip for him. Something just a little bit different here, though, coming earlier than most.
So Martin Truex Jr. will be the first of the leaders onto pit road. He was still about a second off the lead from Denny Hamlin. Pitting 1 lap before him should cycle him ahead of the 11. Nobody else comes down this next lap in the top 10 at least. Eric Almirola is now on pit road. Kyle Busch, Daniel Suarez, Josh Berry are also in. Now Bowman and Larson are on their way in.
Interesting to see what Hamlin does as your leader. Again, he was the one that stayed out a little longer last time.
Ty Gibbs and Briscoe to pit lane, and about 4 more. Jamie.
The 5 of Kyle Larson said his car this time around feels normal. Remember, he had that right front damage. They were able to fix it on the last stop. So just 4 tires here. His teammate, Alex Bowman, the 48, he's in as well. They've been making adjustments. Another chassis adjustment wedge there for Alex Bowman. A 4-tire stop for him.
Briscoe, Reddick, Byron, all in the pit lane. Burton. Gilliland fires off after his stop.
Hamlin's still running.
Jamie.
William Byron in as well. They've been adjusting on this car. Started out so strong, about 108 laps early. The pit crew's been doing a great job, but he just hasn't been able to compete with that 11 and 19.
Cindric, Jones, Keselowski, Preece in the pit lane, and Hamlin's coming.
Couldn't afford to go too many more laps. I know they're trying to pull a strategy to trap some drivers a lap down, but Regan, they had to hit pit road.
That's exactly right, Larry. They had to. Right now, that car is good on the long runs. Denny has been giving them updates on the short runs at the start, though, in case they need that later on in the race.
Bell and Harvick also on pit road. Regan.
Christopher Bell tighter this run than he wants to be, Mike. He said last time he was loose, they might have gone just a little bit too far with it. And Kevin Harvick came on the radio a couple laps ago. He had been quiet up until that point. He said, I got no turn in the center at the end of the run.
Slow stop for Denny Hamlin. They did not get the right front lug nut secured tightly on that race car. They had to reject the car back up. He is going to lose a lot of positions as a result. Looking to see where he will cycle compared to everybody else that has pit. We're still waiting on 2 drivers at the front of the field to hit pit road. That'd be Joey Logano and Bubba Wallace. They're both in right now.
That's not what Denny Hamlin and that crew needed to have a problem. They needed another one of those 8 or 9 second pit stops.
Truex to the lead now.
For staying out a few extra laps.
Number 1 ranking on pit road, that 11 car. Having a hiccup on the money stop, if you will. He's going to have to dig his way back out of this. He did it on that first stop. Here it is.
Going to see everything is pretty much normal right there. He put the right front on, dropped the jack, He realized
had the gun going back.
Yes, he realized it's not tight. I mean, that's a heads up right there, but you have to jack it back up to be able to get it seated and tight.
Same exact thing that we saw with the 4 car.
And the 12. Yes.
Crunch time. A lot of pressure on these guys. That's an easy mistake to do.
So when this pit stop cycle started, Denny Hamlin had a half-second lead. He is now 16.5 seconds behind Martin Truex. Safety violation for the crew of Bubba Wallace.
Just had spoke about they needed a non-eventful race.
I jinxed him, buddy.
Martin Truex, whose last Cup victory came here in September 2 years ago.
Unbelievable. 2 years ago to this weekend, Martin Truex Jr.'s last Cup win. He did win at the Clash at the Coliseum earlier this year, but obviously a non-points race, went winless last season. And that was the first time he had gone winless since he had been driving for Toyota. Both with the Front Row Motorsport days as well as the JGR days. Missed the playoffs last season. Looking for a bounce-back year. Simply one win would just make it a bounce-back year at this point as far as his points finishing goes. He is 2.9 seconds ahead of Kyle Larson. Great stop by that 5 team. They cycled ahead of the other 2 Hendrick Chevys as well as Christopher Bell. Now, Bell stayed out a little bit longer. Him and Hamlin stayed out about 5 laps or so longer than Truex, Larson, Byron, Bowman ahead of him. So it'll be interesting if Bell could try to eat into that gap that the 48, 24, and the 5 have. He's 8 seconds off the lead of Truex. Truex probably has the oldest tires of everybody in the top 5 because he was the very first car to pit road. He pitted about 2 laps before anybody else in the top 10 hit the pit lane at the same time. Kevin Harvick had a little bit of a slower stop also. He falls back to 7. Chastain got around him. Eric Almirola up to 8th. He was one of the first cars on pit road. I think he and Truex were the first in the pits, but Eric Almirola was well outside the top 10. Fast stop for that 10 team. So he's in the top 10 for the first time today. And honestly, SHR today has been pretty good for the most part. I think they've all been in the top 12, 13 all day. Not as good, obviously, as JGR and Hendrick today, but they've been the 3rd best team. Penske's been really nowhere to be found for the most part. Joey Logano, who gained a lot of track position, finally got in the top 10. Prior to those pit stops, he stayed out even longer than Hamlin and Bell, who stayed out longest of those in the top 10. Wallace stayed out a little bit longer with Logano. You just heard that they had a pit road penalty. It was a pit crew violation. I'm not sure exactly what the violation was for the pit crew. Maybe it was over the wall too soon. I have no clue. But a pit crew violation for that 23 team. He'll be a lap down now. Ty Gillen is the first car lap down in 19th. And then Michael McDowell, Josh Berry, Kyle Busch, and Daniel Suarez all in danger of losing a lap here shortly as well at the hands of Truex. Larson a little bit quicker than Truex that last lap. And it looks like we're under caution for the first time in Stage 3 during the commercial break. So during the commercial break, caution flag is out. And I guess it's not during the commercial break. I was looking at our leaderboard. Caution's about to come out here shortly. About to see who it is. Noah Gragson in the 42. And it looks like he has pounded the outside wall. A lot of smoke coming out of the back of the 42 car. Really out of the front of it. I think, I'm not sure exactly what the smoke came from, but definitely hit the outside wall. A lot of smoke. He was running the outside most of the day. Overcooked it getting into turn 1. Slammed the outside wall. Major damage on the 42 car. Might be able to continue, but quite a bit of damage to a driver who has spent a couple laps down for most of the day. Yeah, this is a big caution for Hamlin. 11th place. He was 16 seconds off the race lead after his pit stop with a slow stop. Again, they didn't get the right front lug nut tight. They had to go back around. The pit crew violation was somebody over the wall, an extra man over the wall, basically. There was a tire that was squirting away, and whoever was supposed to grab the tire ended up falling over the pit wall. So obviously that would be too many men over the wall. So couple of Toyotas having some pit road blunders in the final stage of the race. That was not the final stop. I'd imagine we'll see everybody hit pit road again here with this caution coming out. Maybe some drivers try to gamble on no tires, but tires really do matter here, so I'd imagine everybody would come in. Mick, thanks for tuning in. Joe Creech, also welcome to the stream. '69 Jolin, also welcome into the stream. GRBYX, welcome. About 300 people watching. Be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you haven't already. Just over 300 laps complete, about 92 to go under the caution right now. I would imagine we'll be seeing some pit stops. These drivers on about 15 to 20 lap old tires. Leaders are definitely on their way in. No surprise here. Probably the second to last stop of the day.
Regan?
As you can imagine, Martin Truex Jr. is pretty happy right now. The biggest issue, that car got looser, quicker that run than what he wanted it to. And the 20 car, Christopher Bell, he's getting tighter as we go in the race, and it's causing it to snap loose on the exits. Amy?
7th stop of the day for Kyle Larson in the 5 and the 24 of William Byron. They thought they'd just take their tires now, a little air pressure adjustment for Ford, and making these cars better to try to hang with those Toyotas you see on the top of the screen.
Martin Truex Jr. wins the race off pit road, followed by Byron, Larson, Bowman. Top four, for the most part, didn't change. I guess Byron gained a spot on Larson because Larson was in second. Harvick up 2 spots. He'll be back in the top 5 on the restart. Bell lost 2 more spots, so he'll be 7th. Hamlin back in the top 10, gaining a spot on pit road as well. Oh, boy. Bell and Bowman got into each other getting into pit road. I don't know if Bell just overcooked it or some intentions there. I would like to think that probably wasn't intentional. Those two were nowhere close to each other on track. I think Bell was just trying to close the gap that he had with the lap cars in between the 48 and the 20, and then ended up getting into the back of him before they got to the commitment line. Stu Isaac, thanks for tuning in. Everybody is just, man, bashing Denny Hamlin in the chat ever since he turned J.J. Yaley earlier today. That was like, what was that, all the way, what lap? Lap 44? Everybody's been bashing him to like lap 310. You guys are ruthless. Tell you what, don't make a NASCAR fan angry. If there's one thing I've learned from being a lifelong NASCAR fan, don't piss off any other NASCAR fans. That's the moral of the story there. Like 250 laps, over half the race. He had a slow pit stop and they're still bashing him. He's gotten his karma already, guys. He has received his karma. Yeah, they haven't had to crank it up yet. This will be 2 weeks in a row. They haven't had it. And it'll be the 3rd Cup race already this year. They won't have it if they don't get it. That is a good point. I've noticed for the most part they've been having it in the final stage. Most of the time it's the restart to start the final stage. Except for, I think it was Phoenix. They had it with like 20 laps to go. I didn't think they were going to have it. I mentioned it throughout the stream. I'm like, they haven't had the crank it up yet. And then they end up having it. So maybe they'll have it off of this restart because I mentioned something about it. I wouldn't have mentioned it, though, if I didn't see your comment, Billy, in the chat. All right. Got a good chance to get another new winner today with Truex up towards the front. Larson led quite a few laps. Byron, though, usual suspect at the front of the field this season, having a very good day. Hamlin's had a pretty good car. We'll see if he can get back up towards the front of the field also. Bell has led laps on speed. He lost some time on pit road both during the green flag stops and then during the caution flag. So Truex will be on the inside of row 1 for the restart. It's been 50 races since his last Cup win. It was the same drought that Kevin Harvick had before he ended up winning at Michigan last season. About 50 races. So Truex, Byron on the front row, Larson, Bowman row 2, Harvick and Chastain row 3. Green flag back in the air. Truex gets the launch, easily clears the 24 car down towards turn 1. Larson and Bowman side by side right now for 3rd place on the racetrack. Harvick and Chastain still door to door off turn 2 as well for 5th. Truex about 2 car lengths ahead of Byron right now, heading into turns 3 and 4. Larson and Bowman still side by side. Bowman holding him tightly, trying to get the drive off of turn 4. Almost 4 wide further back in the pack off of turn 4. Fanning out quite a bit outside the top 10. Bowman driving it in really deep, staying alongside the 5. Larson is still going to be able to clear off the exit of turn 2, though. Chastain on the outside of Harvick. Keselowski overdrives the corner, goes way up the hill. Denny Hamlin going to cross him over to the inside. A lot of cars inside the top 10 or 2x2. Chastain and Harvick running side by side. Now Keselowski, Hamlin, as well as Almirola and Bell. Almirola's really came out of nowhere to get inside the top 10. I thought about moving Almirola in the sleeper picks for this race today, and the reason why is because he has 3 top 10s in the last 5 races. But I have not seen any speed out of SHR this year at all, except for Kevin Harvick, so I didn't trust myself if I would have said I would have guaranteed Almirola a top 10 today. So that's why I didn't mention him. But it is worth noting he has had 3 top 10s in the last 5 Richmond races with SHR, and he's up to 8th place right now. One of his few top 10s last year came at this racetrack in the spring race also. The Hendrick cars have been the ones to beat on the short run. Everybody will have to make one more pit stop yet before the end of this race as well. Chastain passes Harvick for 5th, finally cleared him after a side-by-side battle of upwards about 4 laps. Heather Herman, thanks for tuning in. Yep, 2 seasons since Truex's last win. 50 races. He's got a couple career wins at Richmond.
Right on the number where it's a toss-up between that. So, TBD on that right now. The same for us? I don't know. I'm not really sure.
Tough, though. All right. Well, you need me to save these tires. Are we thinking 90 laps here, Larry, or are we thinking half of that? There's that low air pressure we were talking about.
Yeah, Goodyear recommends do not go below 12 PSI on the left side. I think that's less than 12 PSI. The more you can open up that differential, it just helps the car to turn through the middle between the left and the right.
It helps that long run speed, too. With temperature, when these things slide around, build temperature, build air pressure as well. Start them babies as low as you possibly can get away with.
80 laps to go. And at least one stop, unless you're willing to roll the dice.
Yeah, that number they were talking about, that's not a fuel number. That's how damn slow will I be at the end of this 90 laps.
On these tires, right? You know what, Larry? If you got a win in the bank, why wouldn't you take that gamble if we go caution-free?
I think that's exactly why 1 year ago Rudy Fugle and William Byron did that. They already had a win in the bank by winning at Atlanta Motor Speedway.
And it's exactly why, if anybody's going to try it, it will be him or somebody with a win. But that starts saving now. I'm riding around managing. We're not in lot traffic. I don't have any pressure behind me. Leader's probably not going to be passed here anytime soon. I'm going to settle in, get you some mileage out of these tires.
And that's what I see from William Byron. Once the gap got established from Truex to Byron after the restart, He's been minding the gap. It has stayed very, very constant at a half a second. Not growing, not shortening, just minding the gap and rolling along.
Can't win this race at lap 323, but you can do something, you can flat lose it. Clance, you're 3 and 4. She's about full shade now that you talked about 50 or 75 laps ago.
Sure is. And you're seeing some cars move up. You know, a lot of times you can find some grip, believe it or not, right on that first hash marks. See William Byron on them right now. Move up, put them right side tires right on those hash marks. Helps with some rotation. You can get that straight drive off that we talk about.
Well, we've been debating strategies here, Jamie Mack. What do you think Byron should do?
Yeah, guys, I view this a little bit differently. If I'm William Byron and I have that win in the bank, I'm going to take my chances. If I can't get past Martin Truex Jr. right now, I'm going to do the short pit halfway, and see if I can leapfrog him. That's what won Denny Hamlin the race last year. I think it's different if you're Truex. You're willing to stay out, because if the caution comes out as you pit, then you're trapped a lap down. Completely different circumstance for him. But if I'm William Byron, I'm pitting halfway through, and I'm going to try to leapfrog him.
Okay. Teammates racing for 13th here. Reese and Briscoe from Stewart Haas Racing. Regan?
Well, Mike, as you're talking strategy and what each one of these drivers are going to do, Christopher Bell asked his crew chief Adam Stevens that. He said, let me know what the plan is so I know how hard to go. Crew chief Adam Stevens said, go hard. I think that tells what they're going to do. They're probably going to be doing a stop here.
And if you're going to split it, we're talking about probably 25 to 30 laps from right now.
So it's set.
73 laps left. 72 as they head to the commercial break. Side-by-side break. We'll take our second to last one of the races. You're watching the Toyota Owners 400 live on KRC. Top 5 right now. Martin Truex Jr. is in the race lead. William Byron, 7/10 of a second off the lead in second. Kyle Larson in third, a second and a half back. Alex Bowman is in fourth, 2.2 back. And Ross Chastain is in fifth, 2.7 seconds off the lead so far. Smokey in the Pot, thanks for tuning in. Got about 300 people watching on the stream right now. Appreciate everybody, each and every one of you that is tuned in this afternoon or during any other live commentary streams throughout the course of the season. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so already. We're at 186 likes. Our goal is 200, so we're 14 likes away from our goal there. And also had a goal of trying to get to 4,000 subscribers on the channel before the end of the race today. Phone's acting really slow. Hang on. Come on. And currently, subscriber-wise, we're 22 away. So 22 subscribers away from 4,000 as of right now. 14 likes away from our goal. Maybe we can get that to 250 by the end. Who knows? But at least got to get that to 200. Hopefully we can get 22 more subscribers out of anybody watching that is not subscribed as well. Martin Truex Jr. has opened up that lead a little bit. Now 9/10 of a second ahead of William Byron. So, as you heard from the Fox booth, they were talking about potential strategy calls. Larry McReynolds, of course, diagnosing the two strategies that could come into play here. A one-stop strategy or a two-stop strategy. We went green with a little over 80 laps to go. So you're looking, if you were to split this in half, pitting somewhere around the 40 to 45 lap mark, 40 to 45 lap to go mark in this race. There may be drivers that are going to try to push this on one stop and a lot of drivers are probably going to pit once, but I think there will be at least a couple that are going to try to not pit. I think you'd have to be within a few seconds of the race lead to be able to do that. So I'm kind of looking at maybe like a Larson, Bowman, Chastain, some drivers in that kind of realm potentially taking one stop. It's going to be tough to beat Mark Truex Jr. on speed if you're not William Byron. Byron can probably get away with pitting one lap before the 19 and still beating him off of pit road if he can keep that gap to within a second of the 19 car like he is right now.
It's just all the banter back and forth between us really smart guys in the booth. And what we heard, though, from Regan Smith down on pit road, Adam Stevens told his driver, go. And I just wrote down, you have to go off. Sometimes the verbal language and the feel from your crew chief. He's telling you go all out. I'd love to see if we can scan the 24 to see what their mindset might be. But I'm watching your Larry Mack here, SMT, and all this data in here. I'm kind of mind blown. The 19 has the least amount of steering wheel, the smoothest throttle, and right now that's why he's blown away.
Well, 20 car is definitely their pit. Yeah, that's what I heard it in his voice.
But right now, he has his hands full of that one car, Ross Chastain. If he's going, it's not going like he'd like to see it going.
So if you get tires and you are 1 second faster than the leader, in 25 laps, you can make up a lap that you have spent on pit road.
Which is exactly what we saw with Denny Hamlin and Kevin Harvick a year ago.
Toyota's led more laps today than in the first 6 races of this season. Hamlin 71, Truex 44 so far, 22 for Christopher Bell.
If you stay out, it's all about how well you do with those guys that pit. You have to make sure that you keep your eye on the ball. Do not lose track of the fact of what you're trying to accomplish out there. Minimize the damage. You see a car coming, you figure out how to let him pass you and minimize that time. Do not get caught 3 wide on the outside of something. Give up the corner on the inside. Manage that pass and reverse defensive order. Hard to do.
Now, of course, Larry, those 25 laps only get you back on the lead lap. It doesn't get you to the leader.
No, it doesn't. But again, I think the thing that the analytics will not factor in, Jamie McMurray said it, is cars on fresh tires catching you getting in traffic. It can't factor those things in. But Jamie Little, what about William Byron in that 24?
Yeah, I've been listening to their radio, and they told him a few laps ago, you are the fastest on the track, and right there he just turned the 3rd fastest lap time. I'm also watching his pit crew. They all just put their helmets on, and I got a wink, and I got a 10. So I'm thinking they may come in about 10 laps. It's all about the body language at this point.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, I mean, splitting it in half, that window opens at about 13 laps, but I just keep preaching. If you're going to go down that pipe road of that strategy, get in there early. Take advantage of those 4 fresh tires.
All right, what's Denny Hamlin's team thinking?
You might have to take a run to stretch you on. Right there, so please do.
That's him telling his guys, you're going to have to do something. I can't get anything done out here on the racetrack. Try to get me some track position, get creative.
He is in 9th, 5.6 seconds off the lead. An update, Noah Gregson, who brought out the caution at lap 3:05 when he smacked the wall at turn 2, checked and released from the infield care center. So still 19 cars on the lead lap, back to Todd Gilliland, with 55 laps to go. And you see the gap measured in feet up at the top of the screen. Now lap traffic will also be a consideration. Third place, Christopher Bell pulls up against Kyle Larson. And whoa, Burton. I wouldn't say he got away, but he didn't get out of the way, right?
Well, Larson was up the racetrack too. I think Larson got loose, sliding up, almost got in the left rear.
You know, that happened between those two the last time Larson caught Burton.
It did. Yes, it did.
Bell took advantage of it.
Just like last time.
You know, it wasn't that many laps ago, Christopher Bell had his hands full of Ross Chastain.
Yep.
And now here he goes. He's just picking it back off again now.
Just about to say the same thing. Bell was battling Chastain for 5th place a little while ago, and now just passed Kyle Larson for 3rd. He's gained 4 spots since the restart. Most of any driver, really, in the top 20. Chase Briscoe's on pit road right now with about 52 laps to go. Kyle Busch also coming in. So we're seeing drivers that were outside the top 10 pitting right now. Ryan Preece coming in as well from about 12th place. So a lot of drivers short pitting that halfway mark from the time we restarted, which would be between 40 to 45 to go. They're pitting early by about really 6-7 laps. I don't think that that's going to draw the drivers in the top 3 or 4 to necessarily hit pit road right now. And still waiting to see if anybody's going to try to maybe go on one stop. I'm thinking Denny Hamlin and that 11 team may be somebody to watch as far as going on just one stop. William Byron's in now very early. With 50 laps to go, 24 is in.
Harris, big block that breaks up big time. Shot up the racetrack. No harm, no foul. We're still green, guys.
And I would say the octave of the 24 spotter just went up a notch or two.
Jamie.
The body language in the William Byron pit was true. They were planning on splitting this and coming to pit road. Just 4 tires here for the 24.
Larson is in. Bowman is with him. So is Chastain. They're all on pit road. Eric Almirola as well. Regan.
Ross Chastain continuing to make this car better as we get towards the end of the race. He's needing a little bit more rear grip. It wasn't too bad this last run, though. Jamie?
Kyle Larson, they've been making that car better after that damage. You just saw another chassis adjustment there. A 4-tire stop for the one-time winner here. Meanwhile, his teammate, the 48 in the number 1 pit box, came in as the point leader and got the pole for this weekend after the metric. Just 4 tires there, Regan.
Martin Truex Jr. is very good in turns 1 and 2. Turns 3 and 4, though, is starting to get tight for him as we documented. The shade is starting down there. And Kevin Harvick doesn't have any turn in the center at the end of the runs.
Christopher Bell, Keselowski, and Denny Hamlin still on the racetrack. Logano, Berry, McDowell, Gilliland are the only drivers that have not made a pit stop yet of those that were on the lead lap. That would be the top 7. Martin Truex Jr. is about 27 seconds or so behind race leader Christopher Bell. Is Bell going to try to run this out, or maybe they're going to pit close to the halfway mark? A lot of those drivers pitted a little bit before the halfway mark in the run. Byron was able to cycle ahead of Martin Truex Jr. on pit road. He pitted 2 laps before Martin Truex Jr., and that allowed for the 24 to jump to 19 on pit road. He was 1 second behind Martin Truex Jr., pitted 2 laps before him. So therefore, William Byron is now ahead of Truex. Of the drivers that have hit pit road, we still have 7 drivers on the lead lap right now. Byron going to get his lap back on Christopher Bell this time through turns 3 and 4 with 45 laps to go. And that just kind of goes to show if you are a driver looking at maybe not pitting, there is no way you're going to be able to hold on. Bell realized that as soon as he lost his lap, he comes in, locking the brakes onto pit road, trying to make sure he doesn't speed. But the 20 is in.
Hamlin is coming with him.
And Denny Hamlin's also coming in, along with Logano.
And so is Logano. Regan.
Christopher Bell's on pit road right now. He's dealing with some brake shake with that race car that started recently. Overall, the car too loose, and Denny Hamlin just wanting a little bit more help in the center of the car, corners.
Mike, of all the years we've been doing NASCAR on Fox, who's always a contrarian, it seems like?
That would be Brad.
Keselowski coming in.
Even he said, no, I don't think so, boys.
You just barely got that in time.
I've had enough.
But here's Keselowski to make his stop. Under green. Bubba Wallace coming in as well. 4 tires for Keselowski. That will leave Josh Berry, Michael McDowell, and Todd Gilliland. Both the front row cars. And Larry, I kind of got a feeling they might just stretch this out all the way.
Well, it's not going to pay off for a race win because they're not that far in front of William Byron. But what they hope right now, give me that caution flag, and we've made up a lot of track position.
True.
Tell you, the track position went to William Byron. Who won this race on pit road? William Byron. Leapfrog that leader.
And he's now half a second ahead of Truex. They are 4th and 5th. So Berry, McDowell, and Gilliland, your top 3 drivers, have not been to pit road since lap 308 and 9. Corey LaJoie makes a stop.
That's that pitting early you were talking about, Larry, with William Byron. First on pit road afforded him. We'll have to look at the pit stops to see how good the guys did, but coming in and beat him on the pits, that afforded him that lead. Now he's going to have to hold him off on maybe a lap or 2 older tires. It's going to be hard here. Truex is right on him. So hold tough and make that car very wide.
So Jamie Mack, pat on the back.
Well, listen, sometimes you get it right, sometimes you get it wrong. The one thing that I want to point out here, though, is that Christopher Bell waited 6 extra laps to pit over William Byron. That cost him almost 8 seconds on the racetrack. Larry's pointed this out the entire race. If you're going to do this short pit, do it a couple of laps earlier because it makes such a difference. It's going to be really hard for him to make up that track position by the end of the race now.
Yeah, he's going to end up, when it's all said and done, about 7 seconds behind William Byron.
Byron's lap times right now are 1.5 seconds faster than leader Josh Berry's, which means that in 4 laps, absent traffic, Byron should be racing him for the lead.
Byron is only 0.4 of a second, though, ahead of Martin Truex Jr. with 38 laps to go. That will be the eventual battle for the race win as we run. As of right now, Kyle Larson is about another 2 seconds behind the 19, and then another 2 seconds behind Larson is Chastain, followed by Harvick. Bowman lost a couple spots through those green flag pit stops. He is 9th right now. Once the top 3 drivers on the track that haven't pit yet pit, he'll be in 6th. So Christopher Bell back to 7th. Actually, he is battling Bowman for position right now. Now, remember, Christopher Bell stayed out a little bit longer than everybody else, so he is trying to take advantage on slightly fresher tires, so I would imagine he's going to have a good chance of probably catching Harvick and Chastain for position as well, who are within a couple seconds ahead of him. Maybe Larson. It's going to be tough to catch the 19 and the 24, though. Same goes for Denny Hamlin. He also pitted the same lap as Bell. Slow stop, though, for Hamlin. He's a lot further back in traffic, currently 17th. McDowell still in 2nd. He is within a second of Josh Berry. And the leaders are 2.5 seconds ahead of Byron. Byron still 4 to 5 of a second ahead of Martin Truex Jr. That last lap, very similar lap times. Truex about 17 1/1000ths of a second quicker than Byron. It's all on how they navigate through lap traffic really up to this point. And Josh Berry being a teammate of Willie Byron's, that could help him out maybe a little bit if he holds up the 19 just a little bit extra. But with still 34 laps to go, there's plenty of time for Truex to try to get by Byron as long as he can stay this close to him. He's got to be within striking distance. Can't let the 24 slip away. Truex has had a better long-run car. The Toyotas in general have had better long-run cars than the Hendrick Chevys. And this will be about a 50-lap run for Byron on his tires to the end of the race. What is that threshold? Will he be able to hold on to the very end? Or will the veteran Martin Truex Jr. be able to hunt him down and get his first win of the season? Josh Berry just lost the lead to Byron in turns 1 and 2. Truex also going to get around the 9 car. Kyle Larson now looking to pass Michael McDowell. Kevin Harvick passes Ross Chastain on track for position. That will be eventually 4th place once the leaders pit. So top 5 right now. William Byron in the lead. Martin Truex Jr. 2nd. Josh Berry 3rd. Kyle Larson 4th and Michael McDowell 5th. Waiting on the 9, the 34, and the 38 to pit. They're hoping for a caution, try to leapfrog some track position. They were towards the tail end of the lead lap anyway. So they will definitely go a lap down, maybe 2 down if they stay out a little too long. They can run it for fuel to the end of the race if they so choose. Truex had a good run on Byron, but the lap car of Anthony Alfredo, the 78, down on the inside, so both the 24 and the 19 went to the top. Kyle Larson has just passed Josh Berry now for 3rd off of turn 2. Harvick, about another lap, he'll catch Michael McDowell. Truex running a wider line through 3 and 4, has a run on the 24, cuts to the inside down into turn 1, 30 laps to go, side by side for the lead in turns 1 and 2. Truex not clear yet off the exit of the corner. Byron going to get the drive off. Lap car, Austin Dillon in the way. Where will Dillon be? He's on the outside. That might hold the Byron car up a little bit too much. They go both underneath the 3. Easily going to clear him. Austin Dillon letting the leaders race. A little bit of a gap now before the next lap car. Corey LaJoie on slightly fresher tires is running down the 19 and the 24, which could be an interesting play. Spinner. Tyler Reddick's around. Caution flag is out. It looks like off of turn 2, he has spun 29 laps to go. And we have our first caution of the final stage. The second caution of the final stage. Tyler Reddick has spun. And that is huge for Josh Berry and Michael McDowell, who were in the top 5, hoping they would get a yellow to leapfrog a bunch of track position. Brilliant call from the 9 and the 34. Reddick just got into the corner a little too hot. He was underneath Kevin Harvick. There wasn't contact before the slide. There was contact between the two cars. Harvick kept control of his car on the outside of Reddick, but it looked like Reddick kind of washed up the track, and then once he made that little bit of contact with Harvick, completely lost it, went sideways, locked it down, spun backwards. Caution flag is out. Just our third incidental caution of the race. Make that fourth incidental caution of the race. And only one driver out of the race at this point. That would be Noah Gragson in the 42. Byron has led the most laps, 115 today. Truex right there, probably the two best cars at the end of this race at the front of the field. They were duking it out. They were side by side for the lead when the caution flag came. And you would imagine everybody will hit pit road this time. I doubt anybody's going to try to stay out. They have over 20 laps on their tires. Rick Craver, thanks for tuning in. Interesting, he spun while Toyota's hunting for the lead. That would have hurt Truex, though, because Truex had slightly fresher tires than Byron. He pitted a couple laps after him. It seems like every lap seems to matter. We saw that in Stage 2 when Hamlin won the stage, and then Martin Truex Jr. was side by side with Byron looking to take the lead. That might have helped William Byron. Definitely helped Josh Berry and Michael McDowell, I'll tell you that much. I don't know if they're going to have the speed to really contend, but they could get a top 5 finish when it wasn't looking like they were going to. Not impossible that they could go to victory lane, I guess, with these late race restarts. William Byron going to lead the field on the pit road, so what we thought was the final stops was not with this late caution tires. Definitely matter. Everybody on the lead lap is in.
That might be an option here.
All right, Regan's first on pit stops.
Well, what a great break for the 9 car. Josh Berry filling in for Chase Elliott. His car's pretty good right now. Just line dependent. He needs to be on the bottom. It's much better down there. And Martin Truex Jr., you guys are right. Larry Mack hit it on the head. That is 6 lap scuffs going on. You could see the dejection down here when the caution came out. Jamie?
Kyle Larson in the 5 has led 68 laps today. Just loose off that last run. They'll try to help with a little bit of air pressure. William Byron said, I just need to take off faster. So again, another air pressure adjustment as their last set of sticker tires goes on.
Kyle Larson wins the race off pit road. That team gained 2 spots. Josh Berry also gaining 2. Slow stop for the 24 of Byron. They will lose 3 positions. First and second will be third and fourth on the restart. And it'll be the Hendrick Chevys of Kyle Larson and Josh Berry on the front row when we go green. Showing a replay of the 24's pit stop of Byron to see where they were slow. I don't know that they were necessarily slow. I think it was just a faster stop by the 2 cars that beat him out. 3, really. Pit road speeding penalty for Denny Hamlin. Too fast exiting pit road. Bubba Wallace gets the free pass with this caution. Actually, no, he did not. I think he took the wave around. Wallace, Chandler Smith, and Harrison Burton took the wave around. And I believe Kyle Busch got the free pass. So we'll have 23 cars on the lead lap when we go green. I guess it was a brake issue for Stenhouse. I didn't hear it was a brake issue till just now. I'm glad that they decided to notify us like over 300 laps after the fact. But yeah, brake issue for Stenhouse. That's notable because he was in the top 5 at least at the very start of the race. They were showing the pit crew member for Bubba Wallace falling over the wall. If anybody watches Ridiculousness, which who doesn't at this point? I haven't watched it in a while, but I remember like the Scorpion. That guy Scorpion himself trying to catch that tire. Couldn't have felt good on the lower back. You get those lengthier, skinnier people, it's a lot easier for their heels to kick themselves in the back of the head. I would know from my string bean days in high school. Not that that's necessarily happened to me, but just, having the long limbs, I could see where that could come into play. Hot Wheels Bet, thanks for tuning in here towards the end of the stream. Robert Galletley, welcome into the stream also. Tim Ambrose, thanks for tuning in.
Want to win your first race? Here you go. Hold it back, let her rip with everything you got. The 25 seed race at Hickory.
Talking to Josh Berry in the 9. And Wynn would get that 9 team into the owners' playoffs as well, even if Chase Elliott comes back and doesn't win a race to qualify for the playoffs. Josh Berry. Definitely paying off with this pit road, or I should say with the pit strategy call of staying out, hoping for a caution. He did. Now he's going to be on the front row for the restart. Equal tires as the rest of the field. He's got teammates around him. Larson to his inside on the front row. The outside car on the front row has spun the tires of the last 2 restarts, so Barry going to have to be aware of that situation as they head to the Geico restart zone. 21 laps to go. Green flag back in the air. Looked like Truex spun his tires from the inside of row 2 as well. Barry hugging the 5 of Larson. Chastain dive bombs 3 wide, 4 wide. Byron gets turned into the outside wall off the front bumper of Christopher Bell's race car. One of the dominant cars of the day has spun. Yellow flag is out. I think Larson had the lead when the caution flag waved. Barry will be second still. Christopher Bell drove it in deep. He got underneath Byron, washed him out. And one of the early season championship contenders in the wall. Tough break for Byron. Showing a replay of what happened. The 20 definitely washed up the track into the 24. I know Chastain was underneath them. They were nearly 4 wide in the corner. That was just never going to work. Chastain had a great launch, though. He got underneath Bell. Bell went up to try to give the 1, I think, a little bit of room or something. He got into Byron. Harvick and Bowman were also on the outside of Chastain and Bell. So they were 4 wide at the point of contact between Bell and Byron. And 4 wide at a short track like Richmond just, usually isn't going to work. It definitely didn't there. Byron was the only one that spun. Everybody missed him to the inside. He did back it into the wall. Decent bit of, and not a lot of damage on the race car, but obviously he's going to lose a lot of track position. And that caution's huge for the drivers that took the wave around as well, like Chandler Smith, Bubba Wallace, and Harrison Burton. They'll get back on the lead lap. And they can pit for tires, too. Yeah, tough break for Byron indeed. Shirtless guy in the front row had a good angle for that one. He had his phone out and everything. He was ready for that. If he uploads that on YouTube, look out for that video. Point of impact into the wall was like right where he was standing. He wasn't even in the front row. He was like up by the catch fence. $17 to go. More laps clicking away under caution here late in the race. After a turn 1 spin for William Byron off the front bumper of Christopher Bell. Again, those free pass cars on pit road now to take the tires, so they got the quick caution they needed. Now they're back on equal strategy with the rest of the field. No real contention to win the race for all those guys outside the top 15, but maybe a chance to at least compete for a better finish from where they were running originally before this yellow. Race Sparky 388, thanks for tuning in. We have over 350 people watching. Over 200 likes on the stream. We've already hit our goal. We'll see if we can get that to 250 by the end of this race. We are currently sitting at 202 right now. And subscribe for more daily NASCAR content as well. Only 65% of viewers, or I should say 65% of viewers on the channel over the last 28 days are not subscribed. So appreciate you guys tuning in here on a weekly basis with these live commentary streams for the Truck Xfinity and Cup Series. But definitely subscribe. Helps me out a ton. Our goal is to get to 4,000 subscribers before the end of the day. And we are currently, let me refresh the page, but I think we're 15 away right now. Yeah, 15 subscribers away from 4,000. So let's get there before the end of the stream. I know all of you watching are not subscribed, so definitely do that. Helps me out a ton. Helps me to be able to continue to do these live commentary streams on the weekend with my adjusted work schedule. Now, Barry has an idea of at least what the launch will be like on the front row of the restart now that he had one take at it, and he got the quick caution, so he'll try again. Chastain went from 7th to 4th on the restart. He was inside of row 4. Got underneath Bell. Bell got into Byron, so they checked up on the outside, and obviously Harvick had to steer low to miss the spinning 24 car as well as the 48. So that allowed for Chastain to move up to 4th place, so he should be in row 2 on the restart, either on the outside or inside of row 3. It'll be interesting to see where he goes. But Kyle Larson was in a situation 2 weeks. He was leading, and a late caution came out. Vegas and Phoenix. He got beat on a late race restart at Phoenix. And at Vegas, they decided to take tires, 4 tires rather than 2, and that ended up being a detriment as he couldn't get back through the field quick enough like William Byron did. Byron got the win that day. And then, of course, Byron ended up winning that Phoenix race as well. Now we're in a situation, we get a late race yellow where Larson wasn't the leader. He was in 3rd place at the time of the caution. Won the race off of pit road. Now he gets to restart in the lead. 3rd time, they say, is the charm. And this will be the 3rd time early in the season where Larson's had some late race restarts to try to capitalize. He's lost 2 of them. He finished 2nd at Vegas, and he ended up finishing 3rd at Phoenix. You can guarantee he's not going to let this one slip away easily. He is going to do everything it takes to get that car to victory lane. But he also could probably say the same for Ross Chastain, knowing his driving style, and he'll be in row 2 on the restart. So Larson will be on the inside of row 1 as expected, and Barry on the outside of row 1. Row 2, Martin Truex Jr. will be on the bottom. The top lane will be Ross Chastain. Christopher Bell will be on the inside of row 3, and then Kevin Harvick to the outside of him. McDowell on the inside of row 4. Bowman lost a couple spots in that restart. Went from 6th to 8th. Had to check up with Byron spinning in front of him. So Bowman will be on the outside of row 4. And then Eric Almirola inside of row 5. Ty Gibbs to his outside. $14 laps to go on the restart. Potentially the last restart of the race. I would like to hope it is, but we'll see. 14 lap dash for the checker. Green flag back in the air. Lot better restart by Josh Berry on the outside that time. Martin Truex Jr. thought about going 3 wide to the bottom into the first turn. Couldn't get there. Josh Berry looking for the drive off. He's not going to be able to stay alongside Larson. Larson is clear. Bell battles to the inside of the 19 and the 1. 3 wide into turn 3. Bell backed out of the gas a little early. Let the 19 and the 1 cars go. Chastain battling hard with Martin Truex Jr. Josh Berry not able to keep the pace with Kyle Larson at the front of the field. Larson is pulling away from the 9. Berry's got about a 3 to 4 car length gap over Truex and Chastain. Chastain is all clear. He's into 3rd now. And Bell looking to the inside of Martin Truex Jr. for 4th. Truex was side by side with Byron for the lead with 29 to go when the caution came out for Tyler Reddick, who spun. Truex, as a result, now is running in a battle with Bell for 4th on the outside, and Byron, who was in the lead when that caution flag came out, ended up spinning on the last restart. He's outside the top 20 after backing it into the wall. Martin Truex Jr. gave up that spot to Bell. He washes up the track. Toyotas haven't been as great on the short run today. The same goes here. Harvick, bump and run on the 19. Moves him up the hill. Truex back another spot. Cuts to the bottom right in front of McDowell and Bowman, who make contact behind the 19 in the middle of turns 1 and 2. Chastain's a second and a half off the lead, and he's about 9/10 of a second behind Josh Berry in second. Kyle Larson has 9 laps left. 10 to go, 10 laps left for Kyle Larson to try to get the win. And Michael McDowell now to the inside of the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. He washes up the hill, makes slight contact. Truex just kept it off the wall. Logano and Bowman trying to pounce from behind as they go side by side for position as well. Michael McDowell looking for a 6th place finish on a short track. He and Berry were on the same strategy call of staying out as long as they could, hoping for a late yellow that they got. Now they're in both looking for top 10 finishes. Berry obviously at second, holding the spot well. McDowell finally clears Truex off of turn 2. The 19 struggling on the outside, really all around, top or bottom since the restart. Larson about 0.04 of a second quicker than Josh Berry that last lap. Berry running just a little bit wider in turns 1 and 2 than Larson, at least that time by. Pretty even lap times with everybody inside the top 3. Top 4 for that matter, all 23/8 that last lap. A lot more shade covering, especially down in turns 3 and 4. Truex and Logano making contact as they battle for 7th off of turn 4. Logano underneath of the 19. Truex on the outside, still looking for a good finish. Not going to be able to get quite the finish he was hoping for when he was contending for the win. Truex going to give Logano a shot getting into turn 1. Both of them go up the hill, and Bowman is going to get underneath the 19, who slides off turn 4, barely kept it off the outside wall. Man, Denny Hamlin's back there in 20th right now. Had that pit road speeding penalty on that pit stop. Dropped him outside the top 10. Larson 2/10 quicker than Berry that last lap. Chastain still similar lap times as the 5, so he was a bit quicker than Berry, trying to catch him for second. 5 laps to go. The big question is now, will we stay green to the end of the race? Bowman and Truex side by side for 8th on the racetrack as well. Truex trying to stay hard on the bottom of the 48. Bowman washed up the hill a little bit. If they didn't make contact, they were definitely close to it. Ty Gibbs on the inside of Brad Keselowski trying to get a top 10 finish as he battles him for 10th as well. 48 and 19 really slowing each other down. And Bowman is going to be clear of Truex for 8th place, sorry. Gibbs is going for 9th after Truex. Truex has lost a lot of spots since the restart. Restarted in 3rd, has lost 6 spots in the first 11 laps. Ross Chastain trying to hunt down Josh Berry for 2nd. That's probably going to be the closest battle inside the top 5 to the end of the race. Harvick also right behind Bell, but Bell a little bit quicker the last couple laps than the 4. Larson makes his way off turn 4. 2 laps to go for Kyle Larson. He's got a 1.2 second lead over Josh Berry. Berry a little quicker off of turn 4. Gaps Chastain just a little bit. Just his 4th race filling in for Chase Elliott and Josh Berry looking at a 2nd place finish. But the big story right now is the guy ahead of him. Kyle Larson has come so close to winning a couple races this year. His teammate William Byron was able to get the job done. Well, today it was Byron who was leading when the second to last caution came out, setting up a late pit stop with less than 30 to go. Larson won the race off pit road today. He times the restart out well. 3rd time's the charm for Kyle Larson. He is going to win his 2nd career race at Richmond, his 1st of 2023, and lock himself into the playoffs as he's the 6th different winner. Larson has won the Toyota Owners 400 at the Richmond Raceway. Josh Berry 2nd, a 1-2 finish for Hendrick Motorsports. Ross Chastain finishes 3rd, Christopher Bell 4th. Kevin Harvick ends up finishing in 5th place. Michael McDowell 6th, Joey Logano 7th. Alex Bowman 8th, Ty Gibbs 9th, and Brad Keselowski rounds out the top 10. Martin Truex Jr. finishes 11th, Chase Briscoe 12th, Eric Almirola 13th, Kyle Busch 14th, Todd Gilliland 15th, Tyler Reddick 16th, Chandler Smith 17th, Ryan Preece 18th, Harrison Burton 19th, Denny Hamlin 20th, Corey LaJoie finished 21st. Bubba Wallace 22nd. Daniel Suarez 23rd. William Byron 24th. Austin Dillon first car lap down in 25th. Ryan Blaney 26th. AJ Allmendinger 27th place finish. Austin Cindric 28th. Justin Haley 29th. Chris Buescher 30th. 31st was Eric Jones. Ty Dillon 32nd. Anthony Alfredo 33rd. 34th was Cody Ware. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 36th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 35th. JJ Yaley 36th. Noah Gragson, Dylan driver of the DNF today, hit the wall in the final stage. Ended up finishing 37th. Race ends at its scheduled distance, 400 laps, 300 miles around the 3/4 mile short track, 3 hours, 17 minutes, 36 seconds total time on today's race. A 90.72 mile per hour average race speed. Larson's doing a drag style burnout all the way down the front stretch at Richmond. Burning whatever grip he did have left in that race car off. I think he's trying to go all the way around the track. He is in the middle of 1 and 2. He's trying to go all the way around the racetrack with the burnout. Kind of stops it a little bit on the backstretch. He was probably never going to make it all the way around. He did his best, though. Byron led the most laps today, 117 laps led. Second most was Larson, who won. Barry, a big smile on his face with a runner-up finish. You'll probably hear from him as well as race winner Kyle Larson and every other of your top finishers that they will interview here at the end of the race. Be sure to like and subscribe on your way out for more daily NASCAR content as well as we get into our post-race coverage of today's race. We had 11 different leaders. For 23 lead changes today. Again, Larson, Byron, most laps led. Larson 93. Byron 117. Byron won stage 1 today as well. Stage 2 was won by Denny Hamlin, who led 71. But Larson gets the last lap. He wins the race. Here is Kyle Larson.
Kyle Larson just made this his playground, doing a nice burnout there. And Kyle, I know this race, you had the damage on pit road. You guys were able to fight back. But when I look back at the last race in Arizona and Phoenix, you dominated, but you came up short. How gratifying is it to seal the deal here and get the first win for Kevin Mendering, your interim crew chief?
Yeah, no, it's really cool. We've been close to winning a couple. Williams been extremely good this year, and it was going to be between probably him, the 19, us, and the 20 was really good. So just things worked out. My pit crew had a great stop. So shout out to Brandon Johnson. He's our jackman. He just turned 30 today. Our spotter, Tyler Mon, he turned 30 today. So great day for them guys. And what an awesome HinderCars.com Chevy. You can't say enough about it. I got into the 99 on pit road there sometime in the second stage, and we were awful after that, and I was hoping the damage was the reason why, but they had to calm me down a little bit and get refocused, and was able to get it done. So, thanks to everyone on his team, Cliff Daniels, and for everything he does to prepare the team to be as strong as we are without him on the box. So, good to get a win, and hopefully many more.
Kyle Larson wins for the first time this season.
Regan Smith with Josh Berry.
Larson's teammate Josh Berry, a career best second place finish in a relief role. You had a spin early on in the race, and then a great call by your crew chief Tom Gray, interim crew chief Tom Gray, filling in to stay out. You guys get the track position back. What does this one mean to you?
Man, this is really cool. I got to give all the credit to this Napa team. Tom, Alan remotely, of course, and everybody at Hendrick Motorsports. Man, they made some great calls. Like we were. When we got some clean track, we weren't running bad lap times. I'm so glad they tried something different there at the end to just get us up front, because I felt like we were decent the whole time. Just getting in cleaner air there. We were a little too free to run with Kyle, but man, what a huge day. I mean, just to come here and start the back, practice qualifying, get spun out, work through the field like that to second place. That's pretty cool.
Nice job, Josh. Thanks.
I want you. On Kyle Larson's car, and I'm sorry, this chokes me up. That was Ricky Hendrick's paint scheme when he raced in NASCAR, the late son of car owner Rick Hendrick. Today would have been Ricky Hendrick's birthday.
Oh, wow.
Let's show you how Kyle Larson won this race. There was that race off pit road that put him in position to control the final restart.
Team sport. Then that driver did a good job. Got this launch. I really thought that Truex was going to give him a run. Drove that car way into the corner and won that race right there. That was an aggressive move.
Yeah, that pretty much there, that ended up being the final turning point with that restart.
Let's take a look at all our winners this season as Kyle.
So we went through the full field finishing order right after the checkered flag fell. Well, now time to see how the predictions went for today's race. We were kind of updating these drivers all the way throughout the course of this one, as we typically do. Had 4 drivers that I was guaranteeing at the very end of the day they would have top 10 finishes based off of their prior Richmond success. Usually I try to factor in how fast they've been through practice and qualifying during the week. It was a little harder to make predictions this week with no practice in qualifying, because of having that being rained out yesterday morning. But I did pretty good job. Kevin Harvick ended up finishing 5th. He had a top 5. Chastain finished 3rd. And Bell finished 4th. My win pick, Alex Bowman, finished 8th. So all 4 of them. 4 for 4. Ladies and gentlemen, I am 19 and 5 on my must-have picks this season. I'm going to give myself a pat on the back for that. We are nailing the must-have picks. If you tune into the pre-race, I give picks every week for who I have predicted to finish in the top 10, and then I give my win pick. Today, Alex Bowman finished 8th. That is the worst a win pick of mine has finished this season. It's the first time they have finished outside the top 4. So we have gotten 3 of the first 6, and then we ended up having Logano finish 2nd in the Daytona 500. Larson finished 2nd at Vegas. Blaney finished 4th, I believe, at Atlanta, if I remember correctly. That was the worst so far. No, LaJoy finished 4th. I think Blaney ended up 5th. So I haven't had him finish outside the top 5 until today, but still top 10 for Alex Bowman there. So if you're looking for any potential picks of maybe I should put a bet on this guy to make a top 10, I'm not right on all of them every week. Obviously, 5 of them I've missed. But the way the things are looking so far this year, pretty good for myself, and could work out well for your fantasy teams as well. So definitely tune in to the pre-race next Sunday for Bristol and many races going forward. Regan Smith standing with William Byron right now.
The one was inside the 20, and the 20s overcooked the corner, had the fronts locked up, and nailed us in the left rear. So I was just kind of restarting 4th there, just trying to stay tight to the 9 and get a good restart. And I just got tagged in the left rear. So just a dive bomb move on the inside on his part. So is what it is. And had a great race car. Raptor Chevrolet was awesome all day, and we'll just keep bringing fast race cars like that. We'll get a lot more wins. It was looking to be another win before the caution, so that's the way it goes.
Thanks, William.
Boy, they'll remember he was here. His teammate Kyle.
That 5 car is full of confetti in Victory Lane. You can't even see the sponsor on the front of the car anymore. That's almost like a perfect confetti bomb, honestly, in Victory Lane. But so we went through all that. Again, all of the must-haves finished in the top 10. My sleeper pick of the day, Chris Buescher, ended up not having as good of a day as I thought. Honestly, I had the wrong RFK car. I thought Keselowski started deeper in the field. He wasn't going to get up there. I figured with Buescher's track position, he was going to hang on. Buescher finished 7th at Richmond last season, so I kind of factored that in a little bit as well. The RFK Fords have had good speed this season. And on the flatter track back at Phoenix, both of them ran back half of the top 10 all day, but Buescher was just not there. He did try a strategy called Stage 2, a 2-stop versus 1. He probably would have been a lap down anyway. He ended up going 2 laps down as a result, never got that lap back, so that's why he finished 30th. Maybe he could have had a top 20 finish, but he definitely wouldn't have gotten a top 10 finish with that strategy call. So I was definitely wrong on Buescher this weekend. Keselowski ran top 10 all day, finished 10th. Lost a couple spots on that last restart. I think he was 8th initially going into that, so still ended up with a pretty good finish nonetheless. Just picked the wrong RFK car, but sleeper pick 0 for 1 this week, and then the don't have pick, drivers who I picked to not finish in the top 10 at the end of the race. Tyler Reddick struggled for every bit of the race except for Stage 1. It was weird. Stage 1, he was by far the best Toyota when every other of the Toyota cars were honestly really not even in the top 10. And then when we started Stage 2, it's like the flip of a switch. Reddick ended up being just terrible the rest of the day, and the other 5 Toyotas were running in the top 12 the rest of the race. And obviously Hamlin won stage 2. Bell led a lot of laps in the last 2 stages. Truex was contending for the win before that caution came out with 29 to go for Reddick spinning, oddly enough. So Reddick ended up not having a good finish. He ends up with a 16th place finish today. And Joey Logano was my other pick, and Logano was outside the top. Well, he started the day in the top 5. He was 5th at the end of stage 1, looked fast. Him and Harvick had to go onto pit road on the stage 1 brake pit stop. They had a loose lug nut. They came back in. Harvick made his track position up by the end of stage 2, got up to, I think, 8th at the end of the second stage. And then he ran pretty much like 3rd to pretty much 4th or 6th the rest of the races where Harvick ran. Logano wasn't able to get that track position back, but on these last couple restarts, he ended up finishing 7th. I think he was outside the top 10 when the caution came out with 29 to go. And then he ended up getting a better finish out of it. So even though Logano finished 7th today, really didn't have that fast of a car. All 3 Penske cars are pretty slow. Even without Ryan Blaney's penalty, he probably would have finished outside the top 10 also. He was kind of fluctuating between 11th to 15th most of the race. Definitely should have finished better than 26th, but wasn't looking good. I'm not sure how Cindric fell lap down. I don't know if he was on a 2-stop strategy in that second stage or not. But he was like right there with Blaney position-wise the whole race. I didn't notice how far back Cindric was until Blaney was a lap down, and Cindric was kind of there with him. So, again, I don't know if it was a pit road penalty or something that happened to Cindric. 2-tire strategy, I'm not sure what he was on at stage 2, but he was very slow in today's race also. Honestly, the Penske cars today performed like how the SHR Fords have been doing most of the season, and the SHR Fords have been, they were a lot quicker today, kind of similar to how Penske was running in the sense that they were like back half of the top 10, just outside the top 10 on speed like Penske's been most of the year. As far as the SHR Fords, I mentioned Harvick had a top 5 and 5th. He's been very good this year, but the other 3 have not done great all year. Almirola was in the top 10 for most of the final stage. That last restart, he fell back to 13th, unfortunately. Briscoe ran top 15 all day, ends up finishing 12th, and then Ryan Preece was in the top 10 at times in the final stage. He unfortunately fell back to 18th on that last restart, but he was looking like he could have had a top 10 finish if we went green all the way to the end. So that is that. We'll check out the fantasy team now. Log out of the raw feed. You can join the NASCAR Fantasy League on the mobile app or website. Here you see on the website quick links, Fantasy Live right there, no matter what page you're on NASCAR.com. Free to join, chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race of your choosing in 2024, the following season. If you win the regular season or the playoff championship, if you're not already in it, you might as well join because you automatically qualify for the playoffs. So definitely join into the league. The league is KRC League, by the way, when you look to join a league. I'll put it in the chat real quick. KRC in all caps, space, and then a capital L on league. So KRC League is the league you're in. You're not going to win the regular season championship. We're 7 races in already. It's just not going to be possible. But we'll see where you can go from there. Now, I did not really pay attention to my fantasy team most of the day. Luckily, Kyle Busch was in my garage. So I ended up having a pretty good points day out of it, all things considered. I had Ross Chastain on my team, top 5. Bowman at a top 10. Harvick at a top 5. Bell, I think he had a top 10. I'll find out here in a moment. I think he had a top 10 if I remember correctly. I don't think he was top 5. I think he, 6th? 6th place finish, somewhere around there for Bell? 7th? William Byron had a great day, scored more stage points if anybody else. Unfortunately didn't get a good finish, but at least the stage points carry over, obviously, as they do in real life in the point standings as well for the Fantasy League. Picked Truex over Hamlin, had that right. Picked Harvick over Keselowski, had that right. If I had to pick Bell or Logano, I was going to go with Bell. He was one of my must-have picks. 4th place, my bad. So Bell did get a top 5. So I had 3 drivers in the top 5 on my team this week. Kyle Busch I left in my garage. Just was off compared to what I thought he would have today. William Byron finished lower than Chastain. I probably would have had Chastain because I had him as one of my must-haves. I was debating on potentially picking Chastain to win. I ended up going with Bowman instead. Neither one won the race, but if I would have picked Chastain, it would have kept my streak of at least not predicting like every driver to win the race correct. I mean, that's just absurd. You can't do that. But I would have had my streak of at least that driver finishing in the top 5 every race if Chastain would have been my pick. I was tossing between him and Bowman, and I was more confident with Bowman just because of Hendrick's speed this year. But the reason why I was thinking Chastain is because he was leading more laps, a lot more laps than Bowman. Bowman hadn't led many laps this season, and even with qualifying on the pole and running top 5 most of the day today, Bowman still only led, like 8 laps or something at the very beginning of the race. He never led again after that. So I think he was at 17 coming into the race today, so he would have 25 laps led on the season. So it's crazy. Bowman points leader coming into the race. He's been super consistent. Now has 6 top 10s in the first 7 races, 3 top 5s in that stretch, but he's only led 25 laps. Crazy. Getting to the finish of the race, his worst finish is 15th at Atlanta too, so that average finish very good for Bowman to start the season. All right, so enough about my fantasy team. Let's see where we stacked up. Well, never mind, not enough with my fantasy team. I won this week. It's my 3rd win already this year. 3 wins, first 7 weeks of the fantasy team. On Fantasy League, 222 points total. I could have had 20 more points if I would have set my lineup. That's my fault, though. I wasn't paying attention this morning and missed those last 2 bonus points. 20 bonus points, 2 picks. Not an Elliott fan who came in as the points leader, scored 214 this week. He'll lose 8 points of his lead. I was 2nd coming in, too, so that's going to tighten the battle. I think he'll still have the lead. Let me check on that real quick. He was 103 points ahead, so that only closes the gap from 113 points to 105 points. It does narrow, but not by much. But knowing how many points, obviously, you could score during the course of a week, it's still a tight battle, all things considered. Very early in the year still, too. We still have 19 races left of the regular season for a regular season championship in that grand prize. Inside Uranus finishes 3rd this week with 213 points. Nathan Powers finished 4th with 208 points. And War Given Buckeye Racing Team finished 5th this week, rounding out our top 5 with 192 points. So that is it. Larson was the top points getter today at 52 total, and obviously won the race as well. And I didn't have him, but I had the next 4 behind him. And Byron, who had the 10th most points today, even with finishing outside the top 20. So that is going to end today's stream. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Again, hit that like button if you haven't done so already. We already hit our goal there. 223 likes. The goal was 200, so we obliterated that. We also had maybe a more important goal was to get to 4,000 subscribers on the channel today. I'm going to refresh to see where we're at. I think we were at 8 going into that last restart. We had 8 more that we had to get. I want to see where we're at right now. I gotta log out, log back in real quick. Try to get the 4K. Oh, we're still at 8. We didn't get any? You mean to tell me 14 to go on the restart, we have more people watching. At that point in time, about over 400 people watching, and none of those people hit the subscribe button. They came in and they left after 14 laps. So all kidding aside, though, appreciate everybody. Honestly, we'll probably get that next date like tomorrow. But I was hoping we'd get there today. Thanks for everybody tuning in. When does the points come in? They update the point standings in the league after they have to go through tech inspection, so it usually doesn't update until like 2-3 hours after the race is over, whenever tech inspection is complete, just to make sure. Because there were obviously, Pocono last year, Hamlin and Busch got disqualified, so that did come into play, obviously. And there were some other ones that didn't finish in the top 2 that obviously got disqualified throughout the year last year. We see that. How much more strict they are, especially with the next-gen car. Appreciate everybody tuning in, though. I think this was the 2nd or 3rd most watched Cup commentary stream on the year, so hopefully we keep growing that over the course of the season. We're only 7 races in, of course. Have a good rest of your Sunday night. Enjoy WrestleMania for anybody watching. Hopefully you enjoyed last night. I got to, end of the stream. The champ is always here. I am a former playoff champion in the NASCAR Fantasy League, and I'm coming after this thing. I'm coming after this title this year. Not an Elliott fan. I'm coming for you, man. I closed in again. We got 3 wins. All seriousness aside, though, appreciate everybody's support. I will see you guys next time. Oh, also, next week, live commentary schedule, Saturday night, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the Truck Series. Cup Series live commentary stream will start at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So again, 6:30 on Sunday for the Cup race next week, 8 p.m. for the Truck race next Saturday night. Dirt Bristol. Can't wait for it. Hope to see you guys there.